Morning. Hi, how are you? Welcome. I know it's a chilly morning. You're good? So at this time, please allow us to start this forum. We are expecting a facilitator from Kenya Institute of Special Education. They should be here in like 5 minutes. So guys online, please bear with us. But they should be joining us in a few. So at this point, we'll pray, and then we'll start the meeting officially. So kindly let's arise for a word of prayer. Okay, let's bow down our heads for a word of prayer. Father God, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we come before you this morning. We thank you, dear Lord, for the guidance and protection that you have given unto us, for enabling us, oh God, to see such a beautiful day that you've made. We don't further take it further for granted. It's because of your grace, it's because of your love that you have given to us, oh God. As we start off at this forum, we ask you, my Father, start with us, oh God. And when we come to the end of this forum, we shall remember to give you all the honor and the glory. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we pray, trusting and believing. So let's remain standing for the national anthem. We'll sing the first stanza in English. O God of all creation, bless this our land and nation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found in our borders. So thank you so much. You can take your seats and feel comfortable. So participants, this forum today is on a study on a viability assessment of solar water heating industry in Kenya. So basically this is a validation workshop whereby EPRA contracted JEQA to do an assessment, and now we're here to validate this study before it goes to the next stage. At this point, I want to invite Engineer Bukachi just to say a few words about this study, and then welcome the Director General Representative to make his remarks, and then we'll pick it up from there. So, Engineer, I know it's not in the program, but it's good. If I might have said it's a study that was conducted, and yet it's not even a study. So, please, I might be ignorant. So, welcome, Engineer.
Okay. Thank you, Osia. You are right, it's a study. As the stakeholders are aware, we had regulations for solar water heating that were gazetted in 2012. The regulations had a few challenges in implementation up to 2018, when we set them aside to have a session to review the regulations before we move them forward. So I won't want to speak much before the Director General or the Director General's representative, but basically the study was meant to consult the various stakeholders, the ones who are involved in solar water heating installations, and also the support mechanisms for the sector. That includes the development partners, the government agencies, to look at what we are able to incorporate in the new draft that we are working on. So without saying much at this point, I would want to welcome Dr. Engineer Okech, who is representing the Director General, to make his remarks. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. And good morning, our attendees who are online. Can you hear us well? Yes, today is a very chilly morning, but it's good we are here. Feel most welcome. I'll read a speech here on behalf of the DG. So it's a very good morning to you all. I take this opportunity to welcome you to this workshop. Thank you for taking your time off, your busy schedules, to offer your thoughts on the development of this regulation. This exemplifies a strong commitment to the progress and betterment of the energy sector. Ladies and gentlemen, among all the renewable energy resources, solar thermal energy, particularly solar water heating technology, has one of the simplest harnessing pathways. This technology harnesses thermal energy from the sun to heat water or a working fluid for use in domestic, commercial, and industrial applications. With adequate daily solar insolation, Kenya is a good candidate for optimizing the use of solar water heating technologies in meeting our energy requirements. You know, we are along the equator, so the sun, although today I know the sun is very far from the earth, or the earth is far from the sun, okay, whichever. So it's a bit cold, that's why you see we are doing some heating here. But if the solar water heating was there, then we could even be using solar water heating to meet our energy needs. Kenya has been actively pursuing ways of optimizing the use of solar water heating technologies. Use of legal instruments has been one of the options. On 25th May 2012, the country gazetted the Energy Solar Water Heating Regulations 2012. Karibuni, those who are just coming. The objective was to promote uptake of solar water heating technologies, especially by guiding the incorporation of the low temperature solar water heating system in industrial, commercial, and residential buildings, with hot water requirements of a capacity exceeding 100 liters per day. However, the regulation faced challenges in the implementation and was set aside in 2018 pending review. Yeah, I think because all of us are practitioners, we know where at that journey. We had come with this regulation much earlier on, but during the implementation, I think one of the reasons which made it be set aside was that we didn't do enough public consultation, and that's why we went back to the drawing board. And that's why we are even here today, so that we consult you as practitioners, we consult you as industry, so that by the time now we roll it out. Because as a regulator, we are convinced this is very good for the country. But when it was being put aside, I think it was even discussed in Parliament. So your presence here is very key to us, and the input you have given us is also very key, because we want now to work together as a nation towards achieving this. Ladies and gentlemen, national government agencies, county governments, development partners, academia, NGOs, among others. And that's why we are here today. And I hope all these people will be represented in our engagement, either virtually or physically, because we want the key stakeholders to be involved so that we don't go through the path we went the last time. Therefore, the purpose of this workshop today is to engage you, the stakeholders, on the validation of the study findings and introduce the revised regulation for your input. As we all know, the energy sector is paramount in any economy and powers our nation towards its objective. It is also common knowledge that the energy sector is based on relatively complex systems of intricate operations that depend on a variety of players. Entities in different stages of the value chain are often dependent on each other to meet their objectives, creating an essential need for close collaboration among stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, for this reason, we are here in this workshop today to actualize this collaboration in the energy sector and include all stakeholders in our process. It's a requirement, even in the Constitution of Kenya 2010, for public consultation. So when we consult with you, we feel happy because we know we are meeting our obligation as a regulator, but also it is to make this document better. So your inputs are very important, as I stressed. Since regulations are essential, the public must be engaged in the process instead of being coaxed to implement the provisions. Demand-side regulations are desirable in driving market forces and encouraging the public to embrace solar water heating systems. Additionally, the revised National Building Code is promoting green buildings for lighting, heating, etc. Ideally, all new buildings should take into consideration green building requirements, and hence the need to promote the uptake of solar water heaters. As I conclude, I would like to welcome your participation in the development of the revised regulations. Your comments and expertise are highly needed in this collaborative process. I'm confident that this workshop will help prepare the regulation for adoption. I wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you so much. That was from the Director General. Can you give him a clap? He is outside the country, but he would have wished to be here personally, and he requested me to present him. Maybe as the director in charge of the function, I'll just say a few remarks. First of all, may I appreciate our consultants, JQuat Enterprises, headed by my good colleague, Dr. Karen. I think we started along together, we are in college together. She was behind me, for those people who thought she was ahead. Okay, yeah. And all of you who are here, I know you are all colleagues in this sector and in this industry. I think this regulation, to me, I'm one of those people who is converted. As Kenya, we require the solar water heating regulations. So the better we make it, and also in the methodology of how we can implement it, is very key. And that's why, as EPRA, we take a lot of interest in it. Thank you all. Those people, have they gone off? Those people are online for having the interest. You know, to bring additional 1 megawatt, because me, I come from the power system side, just to bring additional 1 megawatt into the grid is very much expensive. But most of it, if we check at our loads the way it is, like in Nairobi now, it's very cold. I know all of you, except the daring ones, bathe with the warm water or hot water. I know most people don't want to touch cold water. So I think solar water heating is one of the drivers of even our peak demand. You find that our demand peaks between 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock in the night, and is driven by domestic, actually, because the industrial load is almost constant. And if you check at what is mostly contributing to this peak, could be things like solar water heating. And the way I say to bring additional 1 megawatt into the grid is quite a lot of investment. So it is very important for us to discuss these regulations today, validate them, then come up with a methodology, how we'll roll them out, so that we don't hit the headwinds the way we did last time. With those few remarks, may I declare this workshop officially open. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari, for those highlights. At this time, we are going to as we can check the program's introduction to study and methodology. So at this point, we'll invite Dr. Engineer Phoenix Musonye, one of our youngest doctors around, a very serious man. So when he comes, please invite him well. So at this section, I'm sure as Daktari comes, he's going to tell us what designs were used in this study, what populations were used, sample frames, the techniques, the data collection procedures of this study. I remember Daktari here when we were doing a presentation back in JQuat with Professor Mutori. They asked me a question and of a limitation of a study, and I said time, and they almost chased me away and told me I don't know what I'm doing. So, Dr. Phoenix, when you come, please try and educate some of us on these things, because this is the only opportunity that we have to learn and prepare ourselves for the next phase of life. So at this time, Dr. Musonye, you're welcome. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Osia. As he said, I'm Fenwix Msonye. I will not be presenting, but I'll be the moderator of this session, whereby, of course, moderating is trying to mediate between the consultant and our audience. My main work here is to try to make the audience talk to our consultant, who is JQuates. Maybe people wondering who JQuates is. JQuates is a consulting arm of JKUAT. Most universities came up with those arms to assist them to do research and look for extra money. So this is a branch of the university in JKUAT. Now, this work is going to be presented in two bits, as we have seen. The first bit is introduction to the study and methodology. Then we will go to questions and answers. Then after T, of course, we're going to look at the presentation for the study. Why do we break it into two? Is because the main reason we are doing this validation workshop is to get inputs of the our stakeholders into the work. With some sort of peer review where we are subjecting our consultant to some let's say we're trying to put the work to rigor, intellectual rigor. So what we'll do and what I'll ask the audience, both here and online, is we pay specific attention to the background of the study when our consultant will be introducing that, because we will want to know if the consultant understands the historical, the philosophical, the technical, the economic, and all those, and the social context of what they are studying. And we want to see if they can put that study into perspective. Then the researcher will go to the methods section. We're also supposed to be keen on the method section because we're supposed to look at replicability and the comparability of the methods the consultant used to get the work. So Osia will learn about that, especially in the background, because we want to look at the objectives. If they ran short of the objectives, then of course the audience will tell us that the consultant ran short of the objectives. If they ran short of the methods, if the methods are not scientifically sound, then we will also tell that. So please, because I'm saying this because there's a question and answer, and before we even go to that question and answer, I'd wish us to focus on the introduction and the methods and the way we can improve the value of the work. So I'm not sure who amongst our scholars here is going to do the presentation for the introduction and methodology. You see, like Dr. Kaberere is standing up. So we will welcome Dr. Kaberere to do for us the introduction. Dr. Kaberere is a lecturer in JKUAT. She lectures there. She has not given me her profile, but I know her. So she lectures in electrical engineering. I think she's been the consultant. So welcome, Daktari, to take us through this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fenwix. My name is Karen. I think that's what I prefer to be called, but everyone else tries to call me a different name. My preferred name is Karen. And as you've heard, I teach at JQuat, Electrical Engineering. Now, in this team, we were a group of us. I want to introduce the consultants who are part of this team. There is Engineer Kennedy Otieno. He's our mechanical engineer. He was the consultant. That's Kennedy, mechanical engineer. There is Clarice Wambua. She's a legal expert. There she is. She'll be talking to you. There is Evans Muremi, who will be making this presentation. He's a mechatronics electrical, and mechatronics is mechanical electrical, right? So he understands across board a lot of issues. And we have Roy Orenge. He's part of the team. So Evans and Clarice are the ones who will take us through the presentation, these and then the following session. Today, we are coming to you with what you told us, not what we know. As the stakeholders, as Evans is going to take us through, we went out to the stakeholders. They gave us their opinion on what we asked. So today we are here to report to you after compiling all those opinions that we sought. After putting it together, this is what the stakeholders are saying. So our work in that respect is very easy, trying to digest, okay, one said this, another one said something different. So the majority, they say, win. Sometimes you consider even that minority, is it making sense? So if you give an opinion and you realize, no, it is not being considered, then kindly bear with us, because probably the others thought the alternative was a better option. So we are only here to communicate what you told us. And of course, try and better. There are some things we may have missed in terms of what went wrong with the regulations that we had that were annulled. So we were looking at all that in that context. What can we do better in terms of this is something that should work? I keep saying, and I think Dr. Okech might be among the very few people who may remember this. In Kenya, we take 2 steps forward and then we go back another one. I don't know how many people know in the 80s, early 90s, we had solar water heating in Buruburu. I hope you remember that. We had the solar water heating on every house that was put up. I don't know whether there was any regulation then, or it was out of people's own volition that they decided, yes, this is a good thing to do. And we had the solar water heaters. I don't know whether they still exist. Buruburu Phase 5, they used to have those solar water heating. So what went wrong? What was the thinking then? You can see how many years we are talking about, from the 80s, early 90s, and here we are in the 2020s, and we haven't made any headway. I think this might be one of those good things that may happen to this country, and particularly when people do it because they can see the benefit. I am looking forward to the day that the regulator will not have to tell anyone that we need to install this. It's us as the populace. But now the work is, can we educate everyone to see the benefits and to know the benefits, and therefore I am doing it for myself, not for the regulator. I think the day we'll get to that, then that shall be in order for all of us as a country. So I don't want to take too much time. I hope, Ivan, you are ready. Okay, so thank you very much.
Check. Good morning once again. This session I'm going to simply introduce the methods that we used for the study in the next, I think, around 20 or so minutes, so that then after that we can have an engagement, on how we went about it. Okay, we are there. I'm going to skip this one because it's been introduced, basically a brief background on where we are coming from, from the previous regulations and the reasons why it was nullified. Now, when we look at the objectives, we were tasked with first carrying out desktop review of the policies, regulations, codes, practices, and incentives that are there to support solar water heating. The desktop review was both within the country and also review other jurisdictions that have been successful in having solar water heating systems. These jurisdictions included South Africa, we had Barbados and other countries. And then we needed to identify the legislations, codes, standards that support the use of solar water heating systems in Kenya, so that by the time the regulations are being formed, then
sorry about that. We should be back up in a few. So, okay. Yes.
check. Thank you. Are the online people okay now? Perfect. So, I was explaining about the objectives. So we were to start with desktop review, both in the country and outside the country, to look at the policies, regulations, codes, practices, and incentives that support solar water heating, and then look at other legislations, codes, and standards in Kenya that also support solar water heating to avoid duplication of regulations. Thirdly, there was stakeholder mapping of the players or the stakeholders that relate to the solar water heating industry in the country. And then part of the objectives was to look at the level of qualifications, skills, training, and experience that is necessary to install different types of solar water heating systems. Number 5, we were to look at the techno-economic modeling of a typical solar water heating system, basically to try and understand the finances or some of the economic benefits. Then later we were to look at the potential environmental, social, and economic impacts of solar water heating in the country. And then once we've done that, we were to look at the regulatory approach for solar water heating, and all these fed into the draft energy solar water heating regulations of 2022. Now to try and meet the objectives. For the desktop study, now I'm into the methodology. For the desktop study, we reviewed the issues that were raised during the nullification of 2012 regulations, so that we see if they will be addressed, and then examined draft regulations that had been drafted in light of laws of the country to check, whether they agree with the provisions of the law. Then review of existing codes, standards, and any other policies that support solar water heating in the country. You will forgive me. My voice is trying to let me down, but it is only allowed to let me down after today. So on the stakeholder mapping, we looked at most of the stakeholders that are related to the solar water heating sector. And one of the key stakeholders were the technicians and the contractors that had been licensed by the regulator up to 2018 when the regulations were set aside. And by that time we had 232 technicians and 104 contractors that had been licensed. We are aware that after 2018, of course, solar water heating industry has been active. So we have what we called unlicensed installers who came into the market after 2018. They also participated in the study, but then by the time we were doing the study, it was not possible to know how many they are because there are no records for them. Then we identified 8 government agencies, 5 professional bodies and associations, 6 development agencies, 4 financial institutions, 6 promoters of solar water heating, 3 end user associations to represent end users, and 5 training institutions that offer trainings geared towards solar water heating. So we carried out statistical methods to determine the representative sample for each of the sectors. So for the first category of the licensees, technicians and contractors, we had a representative sample, which we'll show when we start the next session. But for the other categories, from government agencies all the way to training institutions, you notice these are small numbers, 8, 5, 6, 4, 6, 3, and 5. So we targeted 100% of that population to be involved in the study. On techno-economic modeling, we started by looking at the engineering terms of determining the heat that is required to raise the temperature of water from one point to another. And we normally have the standard formula, energy is given by mass multiplied by specific heat capacity of water multiplied by the temperature difference. And then from there we went ahead now to determine what would happen if you use different technologies to heat your water. Now, some of the parameters we used were like the average size, say in liters, of a solar water heater that is installed in various buildings. These are parameters that we obtained from the feedback given to us by stakeholders. So a 300 liter system could cost around 212, or on average could cost around 212,000. The 600 liters could cost around 550,000, and the industrial 1,500 liter system could go up to 753,000. Again, these are numbers that we got from the feedback as we were carrying out the study. The other parameters that we used, we took a discounting factor of 10%, when we were doing the economic modeling. And then the energy savings were taken as the energy, say, that would have been used by the conventional methods, that is like electricity, LPG, or biomass. And then we did economic parameters such as discounted cash flows, payback period, etc. Now, on the objective of potential impact of solar water heating, we needed to do, say, a potential environmental impact, and we used literature to determine how we can calculate that. So the formula that we used was take the emission factor of either of the fuel. For example, electricity has an emission factor given in the Kenya National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Strategy. And then we multiply that by the displaced energy, or the energy that would have been used to heat the water. And then on the social impact, we used the fieldwork analysis, so the information that was given to us from the fieldwork, and also we did desktop study to see the impacts solar water heating could have in the country in regard to social aspect. And then finally, on the economic impact, we used literature and fieldwork analysis to come up and understand what impact could it have economically besides the economic factors that we've determined previously. What other economic impacts could we have? So that is how we intended to do the entire study, and that was the objective. So I think I want to hand over back to Phoenix to moderate on the Q&A.
Thank you, Dr. Murimi. I hope all of us have carefully followed what he's been. We will take 4 questions, which we will note down. It will be in this format that you ask your question. You state your name first because it's good we know whom you are talking to. Then you ask the question. Because the questions are related to this study, you can direct it either to EPRA or to the consultants. We will respond as long as, of course, the question is not outside the scope. If it's outside the scope of what you're doing, we might point that out. So the first 4 questions we get from here, and then the online team. If you have a question, please you raise your hand. There is always a function there. You can raise your hand so that once you're done with the 4 questions, we'll pick the online questions, then continue from there. We can also use the chat function in those of us who are logged in, so that you ask the question in the chat. Then we will read it out loud here. Then we will also get the answer. So questions, please. The mic will be moving around. Questions team, online team, if there is any question regarding the introduction and regarding the methods of the work done. Okay, fine.
Good morning, team. My name is Agnes from Santec. From the consultants, in the year 2012 regulation, we were considering 30 liters per person per day. As per now, you've considered 300 liters per person. What criteria have you considered, considering that in most homes we have different rooms, number of rooms? You find someone is living alone and you've stated average of 300 liters. And then a point of concern, as you are giving the prices, it is also to consider the market. As per now, the minimum 300 liters is going at 85,000. That is without installation.
Thank you, Agnes, for that question. Next question, please.
My name is Alphonse from Climacento Green Tech. My question towards methodology which was presented just now. I've seen you have considered the installers and other people, but my question is, did you also consider to also involve the manufacturers of the solar water heaters in your research, as well as the end users? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alphonse. So far, we only have two questions on the methods and the introduction. Do you have online questions? Not yet. So I'll welcome the J-Quarters team to respond to questions. The first question from Agnes, just for clarification, it's asking about the number of liters that what made the change to 300 liters, I think, per household or something. Then number two, about the price. Of course, 300 right now goes for 85,000. Then the question from Alphonse about the scope of our respondents, if we've gone to manufacturers and end users. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for the questions. The question from Agnes, the 300 liters isn't per person. We just took an average of, say, a domestic house. So you see, it's the average size in liters that is installed in various buildings. And this is information that we were given by the stakeholders who are sitting here and others who are not here when we posed the question on what is the average size of solar water heaters that are installed in various capacities, in various buildings. I hope that is clear. Thank you. The other question is on from Alphonse on involvement of solar water heating manufacturers. Within the country, I'm aware of only one manufacturing company, or one company that does solar water heating. Could I be right or wrong? I don't know if you may be knowing others. Okay, it's good to confirm. That one was part of the stakeholders that were involved. Now, on the end users, we involved, you see, we have 3 end user associations. Those ones are the ones that we came across when we were doing our stakeholder mapping. And yes, they were involved as part of the stakeholders.
Price.
Yeah, on the average cost. So again, this is a number that we were given from the field study, from the stakeholders, and they told us that on average, the 300 liter system could cost about 212,000, which I think is, as you're saying, the concern is it's quite high. I think you may pass the mic to Engineer Kennedy to also comment on the current price of the systems in the country.
Thank you, Dr. Ari. I think the price of 85 is in the market. The price of 350 for 300 liters is in the market. It's a function of quality. It's a function of country of origin. So the prices vary from as low as 85 and as high as 350 for a 300 liter system. So what has been used is the average.
Thank you, Engineer.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Murimi, for those responses. Do you have any other questions online concerning that? Okay, fine. So on the 300, Agnes, I think they have been clear to you that what they did was, that's what they found out in the market. And you see that the 31 was the one that was figurative, when they were saying that we assume people use 30 liters of water per day. But then you see when they went, this is what's really on the ground. Of course, then there are issues where you find they're oversizing. People have had more. There are those who even have less than what they need. But that's what exactly they found in the field. Maybe the question would be, is that adequate for them? The ones that are using 300, maybe that would be a point of discussion for you in future to ask people if whatever they installed is now meeting exactly what they want to use. Yes, engineer, you have something else to add?
I just want to clarify on the 300 is the capacity that was used to calculate the figures that we have. The requirement per person of hot water is not what was used. It is the capacity of the cylinder that was used for the calculation. That is not per person. So you can get a building with 300, and most installers gave us this information. In what systems have you installed? Most of them talked of 300, and that was the basis that we used the 300 for our calculation, but it is not the hot water requirement per person.
Thank you very much. So I think that clarifies. Same to the issue of the price. Maybe possibly there is always what you call the mean, median, and mode measures of central tendency. Probably 85 could be the most, and then the average could be something different. And could be maybe the ones who were interviewed were skewed towards the higher prices. So thank you very much for that. I'll welcome Osia to give us more direction before we go to the next session of presentation.
Thank you, Dr. So at this point, you are welcome for tea to reduce the cold. So what I will use this exit, right down the stairs, proceed straight. You'll find some beautiful ladies over the other side. They're able to serve us tea. The cups are too big, so don't worry, it will satisfy your needs for this session and for the coming session. So welcome, and before we go, let's just pray for the tea. Father God, we thank you for the tea that you're about to partake. Father, bless it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. So we'll take, right now is, Dr. I'm using your machine to check the time. So we'll use 30 minutes. So let's be back at 10:45. 10:45, right? Great. Karibuni chai. What's happening? Karibu. Yes, engineer. Karibu. Yes. We are about to go to the next session. Good. Daktari, karibu. Great. So at this point, we are going to the next session. We are going to presentation of the study finding. Daktari, is it study finding or study findings? I think it should be findings. Sorry for that. I think we shall correct that in the next stage. So, karibu sana.
Thank you. Yes, I think we are back. So for this session, we are going to try and move a little faster, but I hope I won't lose any of you. Yes, please. Just one addition. Yes, what we discussed. You can hear me? Just use the mic. Before, all right. Concerning the pricing, there was an issue between the price whether being 216,000 or 85,000. We understand we have various technologies from vacuum tube, heat pipes, flat plate, indirect system, direct systems. So the prices cannot be harmonized. You will find that maybe the vacuum tubes are relatively cheaper in the market, ranging between 85 to 120,000. Direct system from around 150 to 220. Indirect system from around 200 to 250. So the figures might never be one price. It depends with the technology and the materials. Some tanks have got stainless steel. Stainless steel is expensive. Sometimes have galvanized steel, which is cheaper. So all those factors goes into the pricing. So I just thought we clarify that so that we are on the same page. Thank you so much, sir. We didn't get your name, please. I'm Martin from Davidson Chatlif. Awesome. Thank you so much. So we are going now to start on the next session on the key findings. Scholars of English will correct where we are wrong. Now, I'm going to start with the field work. Remember we said we had various categories of stakeholders and we intended to target a representative sample. For the technicians and the contractors who had been registered by 2018, we, after our calculation to get the sample size, we targeted to interview 124 and 56 respectively. But in terms of the response rate for the two, we had 61% and 50%. But for the government and non-government agencies, we were targeting to interview all of them. And we managed to get very good response, in some cases up to 100%. That is for government, professional associations, end user associations and training institutions. Where we had a bit of struggle was on the financial institutions. There we had a low response rate of 25%, 1 out of the 4 institutions that were targeted. On the installers, we were also, remember there was a part I had said we have unlicensed installers who are in the market because the regulations are not in place. So we managed to talk to 5 unlicensed technicians and 3 unlicensed contractors, just to also get their view on that. And how we managed to get them was basically through what in simple terms we call connections. You know, where we are talking to someone and they refer us to another person who they know they also do the same work. So what's the current status of the solar water heating industry in the country? In terms of the technicians' qualifications, academic qualifications, we found out that the highest, most of the technicians, that is 60%, 67% of them had bachelor's degrees. Not many had masters. We only had 1%. And then the diplomas were the second highest at 19%. And then in terms of the fields of training of the current technicians, or the current, let's say technicians, majority, 48%, which was an interesting finding, had an electrical engineering background, and 37% had mechanical engineering background. Then we had 3% mechatronic engineering, and 12% we categorize them as others because you'd find one person with agricultural engineering, another person with renewable energy, and such courses. Now, what's the current status of in terms of plumbing work? Long. Then we asked a question to determine this installation experience, or the experience with installing solar water heating systems, and we basically categorized the systems in 2 broad categories: passive and active solar water heating systems. And then we were looking at different types of premises: the domestic, the institutional. So here we are looking at schools, colleges, universities, and hospitals, and the commercial, the hotels, hostels, restaurants, and finally the industrial systems. So at the domestic level, we noted that 52% of the respondents indicated that they had done, they had experience with with passive solar water heating systems, and 44% had experience with the active. And when we looked at the institutional, we had more respondents who, at 53%, who had experience with the active systems. Similarly, with the commercial, 61%, the majority, had experience with the active systems. This could be attributed to the fact that as we go higher with the size of the systems, then we must have an active system to support either with the pressure of the water requirements, or with the big capacities, maybe the tank is not at the rooftop where the collectors are, so we must have a way of forcing the fluids from the tank to the collectors. The next question we sought to find out is typical system installation costs, and this again is from the fieldwork, and we took it on average. So we categorize them as passive and active as well, and we can see for the passive systems, 100 to 300 liters was average to costs around 146,000, while 400 to 1,000 could cost around 421,000, and the 3,000 liter system could cost around 867,000. The active ones were found out or we found out that the active ones were more expensive. So the 100 to 300 liters goes up to 274,000 on average. The 400 to 1,000, 1,086,000, while the 3,000 was reported to go for up to 3 million shillings on average. Then in terms of installation days, so we found out that the systems could take from 2 days up to 7 days to install and commission. So the next thing we sought to find out was what are some of the shortcomings witnessed in the solar water heating industry from our past experience. And some of the things that came out were technicians having limited experience in handling installations, especially for some of the installations that are complex, like say in institutional and industrial systems. And then another challenge is having poorly trained technicians, which means that the quality of work is that is delivered is not up to standard and leads to customer dissatisfaction. And then another challenge that was cited is lack of professional plumbing skills and lack of tools of trade. So, there was a time I heard someone saying they looked for a professional plumber and they could not get. And I guess this is a challenge that we are facing as a country. And some of them now lack proper tools of trade so that they can do standard jobs. And then the public is oblivious of the competent technicians. This is what you reported. That yes, as much as we have a challenge with the technicians, there are some who are competent, but the public has no way of knowing the difference between the competent and the incompetent technicians. And then other challenges facing the solar water heating industry in Kenya. One, the stakeholders felt that we lack proper regulations, proper framework of enforcing these regulations, so that now everyone has to adhere to what they are supposed to adhere to. And then there is unfavorable taxation and lack of incentives for solar water heating systems. Some stakeholders felt that there are some parts of the solar water heating systems that are subject to taxes like VAT, which ends up making the costs higher and maybe not competitive as compared to the conventional methods used to heat water. We've talked about unqualified, we are talking of incompetent. Now there is also a challenge in terms of having unqualified personnel installing the systems, which could also be a danger to the end users. There is a knowledge gap in turnkey commercial projects because this installation in commercial projects is more complex and needs someone who has proper skills. Then there is poor quality and limited standardization of technical requirements of solar water heating systems in the market. You find, as engineer was explaining, we can have a system that is very cheap, but then the quality of that system is wanting. And then we can also go and get a piped water supply in many parts of the country. So this was cited as a challenge because you'll find sometimes you don't have consistent water flowing in your house. So then in such a case becomes tricky to use solar water heating. Then there is the quality of water, like borehole water, is quite saline, and it can affect the performance of the solar water heating system. There is the issue of scaling, which can affect the heat exchange, for you to heat the water. And then another challenge that was cited was the county governments, who are the main enforcers of the building laws, have no reference to the solar water heating system within the building code. So you'll find it's never really enforced on whether a building should have solar water heating or not from the point of view of the building code. How can we enhance and ensure the quality of solar water heating installations in the country? We posed this question, and this is what we were told. We ensure good quality solar water heating system products are imported and manufactured. So basically anything that doesn't meet the quality that we have as a country should not be allowed to get in. And then we train more personnel on solar water heating systems to enhance capacity and hence weed out unqualified personnel. And then thirdly, we should develop laws and regulations to promote the use of solar water heating systems. And then the respondents felt that we should promote the use of solar water heating systems by incentivizing the systems, say either through subsidies, tax exemptions on importation, or any other ways that we can incentivize so that we make them more affordable. The end users need to be sensitized on the benefits of the solar water heating, especially home and business owners. The economic, the environmental, and the social impacts that the solar water heating systems can have. Then we were told that we should develop proper implementation policies in collaboration with county governments, because county governments are the ones that understand what is happening or the climatic conditions of their area. It was recommended, or it was reported, that EPRA should engage with NCA and other stakeholders in the construction industry to encourage provision of hot water piping on new buildings. And then we should ensure that solar water heating system is integrated in the building design from inception to approval through defining clear standards that are enforceable. So these are people who felt that for new buildings, because we have a challenge, with existing buildings, you may not have had the provision for solar water heating, but for new buildings, they are recommending that we have EPRA collaborate with local authorities to see that solar water heating provision is put in the designs. Then emphasize local manufacturing of solar water heating system components that meet international and acceptable standards. So there are some stakeholders who felt that we have a capacity to do our own manufacturing of this solar water heating system, and therefore we should encourage local manufacture. And then the licensing fees should be made affordable and renewal period be longer, say, than 5 years. And then only licensed technicians registered with the authority, EPRA, should be allowed to carry out solar water heating installations. And finally, we should have enhanced pipe water supply reliability and access in the country. Because when the water supply is intermittent, then it becomes difficult for you to rely on solar water heating. So the next part we looked at is on the proposed field of training of our technicians. So we posed this question, and 72% felt that the technicians should have a mechanical engineering background. Interestingly, a few slides before, I showed that the technicians who are currently in the market, majority of them, 47% of them, had electrical engineering, which means even some of those who had electrical engineering felt that mechanical engineering is more favorable for solar water heating. That 1% felt electrical engineering, 16 mechatronic, and other courses at 8%. And then we looked at a proposed license classification for the technicians. And the response was the classification could be based on the type of premises. That is, they could be commercial, residential, and then have a possibility of limitation on capacity. We can also base it again on type of premises in terms of domestic buildings can have, say, maisonets up to 1 floor high, or multi-storied buildings, and say industrial premises, because the feeling was, in case the building just has it's a bungalow, the technical requirements could be different from, say, when you have an apartment that is 15 floors high. And then the classification could also be based on the application, that is domestic, which doesn't require more than 2 solar water heating systems, commercial, institutional, or industrial. It could be based on design of the solar water heating system to be installed. That is, it can be a basic design, or it can be an advanced level of design. Then the classification could be based on the size and capacity of the system. We have the small sizes, 150, 200, 300 liters. And then you can have the big sizes up to, say, 1,000 liters. Complexity of the system. And finally, the solar water heating system type. Is it passive? Is it active? Is it combined? Or what kind of a system it is? And then the proposed academic and professional qualifications for, say, different classes. We've not yet defined the classes, but say different classes of what are you calling them? Yes, the license. You know, sometimes English disappears. So for class 1, taking that class 1 is the simplest, and say class 3 the most complex of the license that one can get. You can see that for the basic education, of course, KCPE and KCSE are required in all the classes. But then when we go to the higher education, it is felt that in class 3, one needs at least a 58%. Okay, yeah. One needs at least a 58%. For class 2, then it's felt that the highest was 45%. So a diploma was felt that it could be sufficient. And then for class 1, the 38% was felt that it could be sufficient. Or rather, the majority people indicated that trade test 1 could be sufficient for class 1 license. Now, on the minimum design and installed projects before getting a license, you know that it's important for you to be, let's call it, attached to a licensed practitioner so that you get the required experience. So we looked at it, the nature of work in 2 ways. Could be the design of the solar water heating system or the installation of the same system. And for the 3 classes, when we looked at the number of projects that one ought to undertake before they apply for a license, the response was for class 1, the design projects ought to be 2, and the installation projects ought also to be 2. Then for class 2, the design projects were, the respondents indicated that the design projects should be 3, and then for installation they should also have 3. And then for class 3, then there are other skills that we asked, what other skills could be relevant for installers, and quite a number of skills were reported, from plumbing systems, basic fluid mechanics, solar water heating system, orientation and sizing, computerized design of centralized system, control and automation. So the feedback was quite varied in terms of the other skills that could be relevant for installers. Then we asked a question: what could be done differently? As opposed to what we did in 2012, what could be done differently? And this is what you told us, that evaluating water heating system requirement should be done by region. 85% of installers and 67% of the end users indicated that the regulations are necessary for all parts of the country. But those who did not agree with this, that is the 15% and the 33%, indicated that regions such as the coasts, the northeastern and the southern areas, the regions that are pretty hot, then do not need basically to have regulations for solar water heating. And then in terms of existing buildings, because existing buildings give us a unique scenario, 67% of the end users indicated that existing buildings should not be obliged to install solar water heating. And then existing buildings should be given options to avoid regulations being prescriptive. That is, where you are prescribing what they must do. Other stakeholders felt that existing buildings should be given guidelines on what to do. And then there are recommendations that EPRA should collaborate with agencies like NCA, National Construction Authority, Kenya Bureau of Standards, NEMA, to harmonize provisions of solar water heating in existing buildings, so that if these buildings then have to install solar water heaters, then the extra costs of the licenses in these agencies should be waived. Then what else could we do differently? Solar water heating requirements by, say, the type of premises. The installers and end users, a majority of them felt that, yes, we should have solar water heating in residential and stroke domestic areas. That ratio went down slightly when we went to institutional. You see 90 and 67%, and then at commercial, 79 and 67%. And then on the question of the criteria for identifying buildings obliged to install solar water heating, the installers and the end users felt that, in terms of their ratios, 33% and 67% respectively, felt that the criteria should be based on water consumption. And then 52% and 33% respectively felt that all new buildings should have provision for solar water heating systems, while 15% and 0% of end users, installers and end users respectively, felt that all buildings should have provisions of solar water heating. So you can see most are supporting that the criteria should be based on water consumption. Again, what else can we do differently? In terms of minimum annual solar contribution, here we had an interesting scenario where the end users and the installers were having diverse opinions. So the regulations had stated that the 2012 regulations had said that the minimum annual solar contribution should be 60%, at least 60%. So the installers felt that is okay, but the end users felt that is not, that should not be the case. Again, in terms of circumstances for exemption, because there are instances where one can be exempted from installing solar water heating systems, the response was if the premises have technical limitations, 77% of installers and 100% of end users felt that that should qualify someone for exemption. If the premises are incapable of incorporating solar heating systems due to their special circumstances, then 73% and 67% supported that. Premises supplied with hot water from a cogeneration plant or in proximate to the premises, again 71% and 67% supported that. And then premises utilizing electricity generated from renewable energy and excess is used to heat water as a dump load. Again, majority of the installers at 84% were in support and 67% of end users supported that as well. What else could we do differently? The solar water heating incorporation and maintenance responsibility should be, according to installers and end users, majority of them felt that this should be the responsibility of the developer of a housing estate at 80 and 67%. However, the end users alone felt that this should be the responsibility of the owner of the premises at 100%, while the installers alone felt the majority should, that responsibility should fall to the developer of a housing estate, followed by the owner of the premises. And then lastly, on what can be done differently, we asked a question on the provision for conventional backup water heating system. And 89% of the installers and 100% of end users indicated that conventional backup water systems may be separately installed in the building. And 98% of the installers and 100% of end user associations agreed that the backup should be designed to supplement a solar water heating, the solar water heating system. Okay, to continue, I'm hoping to finish in the next few minutes so that then we can have the legal perspective. I want to get to the techno-economic modeling. So how we looked at this is we use the engineering formula where we know that to get the amount of heat that is required to heat water from, say, 18 degrees to 60 degrees, we use the formula Q is MC delta T. And then other assumptions that we took were electricity could cost around 20 shillings per kilowatt hour on average. The calorific value of LPG got it at 46.1 megajoules per kilogram from literature. Current cost of, say, LPG is around 3,400. Then we took biomass calorific value at around 18 megajoules per kilogram. And then for the solar water heating system, the costs, so it included operations and maintenance, averaged at 1%. And then the cost of energy, say, not met in these very cold seasons where we need backup. And then for active systems, the larger systems, we need to pay for electricity for the pumps that make that circulate either the glycol or the water. So the costs, these are the average monthly costs. For the blue graph, there are two lines that are basically overlapping each other. That is the LPG and the biomass. So it showed like the OPEX, the operational costs for the two are quite similar. And then the cost for electricity shows that it could be lower, up to around, it could be lower than the other two. And then solar water heating is the lowest, but then it rises above electricity as we go above 400 liter system. The reason being, we are starting to get in a region where we are sort of obliged to use active system. And in that case, then the operational cost goes higher because you have to pay for the electricity for the pumps that are making the system active. So we did two scenarios, cumulative cash flow for two scenarios, a domestic and a small commercial. And for the domestic, we took a 200 liter solar water heating system. We took a capex, so this is a typical case study, a capex of around 150,000. So with 1% O&M, that gives us 1,500, and the total OPEX basically came to around 1,860. And then a typical discounting factor that we considered was 10%. And when we did the cumulative cash flow, we see that this system is able to pay back, within between the third and the fourth year, somewhere in between. For the second case, we took a small commercial case of a 500 liter active solar water heating system, which now in this case we have 5 panels, which would cost around 325,000. Each panel going for around 65,000. And then the recirculation pump is rated as 0.3 kilowatts, and we took it could be operating for say 6 hours a day. So it leading to a cost of up to 50,000 annually. And sorry, the cost of the recirculation pump itself is what is 50,000. And then we looked at labor, and the total capex goes all the way to around 677,000. Then we did the OPEX, the O&M, the energy not met by the solar water heating, the pumping costs, and then we did the discounting factor. And in this case, the system could break even between the 7th and the 8th year. Then in terms of the other potential impacts for the system, we modeled this from literature, where we found that there is the expected number of solar water heating system in Kenya by 2020. And then we saw that we have a potential to save up to 226 megawatt hours, 226,273 megawatt hours of energy. This is energy that would have been provided using conventional methods, and therefore this could translate to money savings to the end users. Other potential economic impacts of the regulation would be to enhance professionalism, increase customer satisfaction and confidence, spur capacity for local production, and possibility of registering solar water heating under carbon finance mechanism. On environmental impacts, the sector has a potential to abate up to 151,225 tons of CO2. That would end up improving the carbon footprint for the country, enhance sustainability of Kenya's resources. It could help, with forest conservation in instances where people are using biomass to heat water. Reduce indoor air pollution, again, especially in institutions that could have been using biomass. And one of the things that came out was we need to have proper waste disposal for the collectors, because they can be an environmental hazard after they've done their 20 years lifetime. The sector can also create up to 5,000 jobs, direct and indirect. It can lead to general improvement of health, leading to savings in healthcare in terms of people. If the indoor air pollution is less, then we'll have better health. Institutions with solar water heating systems improve their relationship with the community due to a clean environment. This is something that was brought up by the stakeholders. And then solar water heating system could help us with decreased dependence of public utilities, such as Kenya Power, in instances where we are relying on heating the systems using electricity. So I'd want to stop at that so that my colleague Clarice can take over from here on the legal part.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, online stakeholders. So I'm going to present on the legal and regulatory framework and the analysis we did following the fieldwork that was done and which has been well presented by my colleague, Dr. Evans. So the objectives of the legal and regulatory analysis were threefold. One, we were conducting a desktop review of the policies, regulations, codes, practices, and incentives for solar water heating in other jurisdictions. And essentially, we were looking at how do they promote the adoption of solar water heating, how have the frameworks evolved over time, and what have been the successes and challenges. The other objective of the legal and regulatory analysis was to identify the legislations, codes, and standards supporting the use of solar water heating systems in Kenya. So the first one was looking at a global perspective. The second objective was looking at a national perspective and essentially an analysis of the legal and regulatory framework. And then once those two objectives were carried out, we then needed to hone in on the actual solar water heating regulations that had been prepared by IPRA. And these were the energy solar water heating regulations of 2020. With the aim being to inform based off the comparative study and the legal and policy landscape, as well as the fieldwork results, to then see how do we move forward, how do we amend these regulations so that they can fit the law and fit the global best practices. So what were our findings? On the first objective on looking at the comparative study, we analyzed the frameworks for 5 countries, as shown on the map: Barbados, Rwanda, Brazil, South Africa, and India. And the rationale for choosing these countries was largely that the fact that they have good solar water heating, or not necessarily good, but they already have solar water heating frameworks in place, but at different scales and using different documents. But also, when you look at the map, you notice that they are in the global south. So they also provide a good comparator for Kenya, given that the conditions may be more or less similar based on the socioeconomic circumstances of these countries. To analyze them, we had certain parameters for private and commercial buildings. And what we found was these programs have been quite successful. For example, in Cape Town, there are about 12 solar water heating manufacturing companies. While we had in Kenya, from the discussion this morning, there's only one, showing how the local economy, manufacturing economy, can grow off the back of a regulatory framework. The challenges have been a few trained installers and high costs of the solar water heating systems at a state level. And while the national government has mandated through a national code that solar water heating needs to be done for certain climatic zones, state governments have the option to modify that requirement for their state. Then they also have incentives in the form of subsidies, electricity tariffs that are different for those who have solar water heating installed. And you find again, which is quite interesting for Kenya's purposes, the decentralization in the states of Maharashtra and Karnataka. Those particular states that have the bylaws have very high installations of solar water heating systems. The challenges are similar to the other countries. The inadequate accessibility of the technology, the lack of awareness, the lack of skilled personnel. Brazil, again, was very interesting for the decentralized aspect. It also has states like Rio, which are coming up with particular state-level solar water heating requirements. And incentives are also there in different ways. Property taxes, government comes up with low-cost housing schemes that require solar water heating programs. And the challenges are similar to the other countries. Low income, high poverty levels, and thus inaccessibility. The last country is Barbados. The interesting thing about Barbados is that we found that they have mainly government fiscal incentives and sustainable energy policy that pushes their solar water heating system. So there were no regulations on solar water heating, and it was largely, the industry has largely grown such that Barbados is the leader in the Caribbean on solar water heating system. And actually, one of the successes is that 2 in every 5 households in Barbados have installed solar water heating systems. So from that particular study, then the important issues that arise for Kenya is the importance of incentives. From the case study of Rwanda, in as much as they have regulations, incentives through the Solar Rwanda program have been very key, and even the example of Barbados that I've just given. So that is an important element for Kenya's solar water heating regulatory framework. The second lesson is the importance of decentralization of duties and responsibilities. From Brazil to India to South Africa, it was very clear that decentralization and the local level responsibility for solar water heating is key, and this plays a part with Kenya's decentralized system of government, with the counties needing to come in to play their role. The training and licensing of solar water heating technicians is also very key. All the different countries we looked at required licensed solar water heating technicians in different ways. Then the scope of application must be clear. In most cases, it was localized. It wasn't national, and it wasn't mandated at a national level, but it was localized geographically, perhaps looking at climatic conditions, or looked at voluntarily from the point of view of the different state. And then lastly, when it came to penalties, the only country that had specific penalties for solar water heating installation was Rwanda. But again, this was through their regulations, their solar water heating regulations. And the important thing was that the penalties should not be punitive. And in their case, they are not deemed punitive, and there is a warning system that comes in before the penalties can come in place. So that was the first objective of the regulatory assessment. The second one was to look at the enabling policy, legal, and regulatory framework for solar water heating in Kenya. And what we found was that there are policies, plans, and strategies in place, there are laws in place, and there are codes and standards in place. In the instance of policies, plans, and strategies, the National Energy Policy mentions solar water heating systems in passing, but it aims to achieve renewable energy affordability, competitiveness, and sustainability, which is critical for solar water heating. Also, the new Kenya National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Strategy of 2020 sets out targets that have a bearing on solar water heating. When you look at the least cost power development plan, it calls for the use of financial and tax incentives for renewable energy technologies, which tie in with what I've just said about the importance of financial incentives for the industry. Outside the energy sector, there are also plans such as the National Climate Change Action Plan, which is renewed every 5 years, and the current one provides very clearly the importance of energy conservation, efficiency, and use of renewable energy in industrial, commercial, transport, and domestic use. Aside from those policies and plans, we found the law, which is now actually of a binding nature, as opposed to those plans and policies that I've talked about. And the Constitution, Kenya's Constitution, is a green constitution, and under Article 42, the right to a clean and healthy environment is important. And the important thing about it is it calls for this right to be articulated through legislative means or other measures, which could be regulations. The Energy Act is also important. I'll delve further into it. The important thing to note is that it promotes renewable energy and it sets out the lawmaking authority for the Cabinet Secretary to make the solar water heating regulations, though that will be discussed further. And then lastly, the Climate Change Act is also an important one. On codes and standards, the two main documents that are important are the Kenya National Building Code. Currently, we're relying on the 2009 version, but there's a 2022 draft that is under discussion. The 2009 version is actually one of the most explicit documents on solar water heating, if not the only explicit document. It requires all new housing developments or alterations and extensions to existing buildings to have solar water heating installations for bathroom use. And no new housing development should be allowed to use the national grid electricity for hot water heating in bathrooms. So as you notice, the other documents that I've mentioned were not specific on solar water heating. It was more of an implicit encouragement. But this code is one of the most explicit. And as you heard, the 2022 code is pushing green building forward. So it is important that solar water heating falls within this framework. And then the standards for solar water heating exist. They are actually, in our report, they are annexed and they fill a page telling you that the standards exist for solar water heating, and it's more of an implementation issue. Having gone through those two objectives, then the question is, what do these findings mean for the draft regulations? And how do we use the findings to ensure that we do not have the same situation with the 2012 regulations? So when we looked at the 2020 regulations, the first thing that we proposed was the amendment of certain provisions that were necessary to ensure that the regulations were not beyond the powers of the authority or were not contrary to any law. And what we propose, and you'll find that it is not in the current proposed regulation that I'll present shortly, is one, there was a requirement for all new premises and all existing premises to, within 5 years of the enactment of the regulations, install solar water heating system. So that mandatory requirement for existing premises to come up with solar water heating installations is no longer in the new regulations that I'm going to present. And it also came out from the fieldwork that existing premises from the stakeholders was not felt to be an area that should be mandated under the regulations. The second regulation that we found in the 2020 draft that is no longer in the draft that I'll present is that an electric power distributor or retail supply licensee shall not provide electricity supply to premises where the provisions of these regulations have not been complied with. This again is to ensure that the regulations pass muster. It was important because we would be learning from the past quashing by Parliament that Kenya Power's role and any other distributor or retail supply licensee would not have the authority to prevent a customer from accessing electricity, which is a basic right. And then lastly, we also amended the section 26 and 27 penalties that were in that draft because they were quite high and did not fit the Statutory Instruments Act limitation on penalties. So those are the main things that are different from the two regulations. The others are minor points to do the definitions and positioning that don't really warrant the discussion now, but are equally important. So what are we proposing if IPRA is to go forward with solar water heating regulation for Kenya? We're proposing a regulation that is largely dealing with quality installations, quality standards, and enforcing the standards of solar water heating in the value chain. So the regulations are not dealing with the issues that were dealt with in the prior regulations. The first part deals with preliminary issues, as with any other regulation. The main things to note is that the Cabinet Secretary is proposing these regulations under the powers conferred in Section 93(1), 167, 198(2), and 208 of the Energy Act. While these regulations that he's coming under do not mention solar water heating, it is implied by the fact that they are promoting renewable energy that solar water heating regulations can be passed under these powers. Definitions are also set out in the regulations, and the purpose, as I've said, is to promote the use of solar water heating systems by enforcing standards in the value chain. And then the regulations will apply to solar water heating manufacturers, importers, vendors, worker, contractors, and system owners. And they'll also be applicable to the installation of the systems. The second part of the regulations is dealing with the certification of the solar water heating workers. The important thing to note is that workers is defined in the definition section, and it largely deals with a natural person, while contractors deals with an entity, or what can I call them, an artificial person. But both of them would be carrying out more or less the same installation at different levels. The regulations are clear. You cannot carry out any solar water heating installation work without licensing from the authority. And to be licensed, you would need to either fall under one of the two classes of licensing. So there's class SHW1 and SHW2. The difference is that in class 1, the holder is entitled to design, install, test, commission, maintain, and repair standalone or single units, while in class 2, the holder is entitled to repair centralized units or systems. You will find the application form in the schedule, and one important thing that the licensed system worker must note is that they are required to maintain a professional indemnity cover that is equivalent to the cost of the project under development. In part 3 of the regulations, the move is then to licensing of manufacturers, importers, vendors, and contractors. Similar to the licensing of workers, again, you cannot carry out the work of manufacturing, importing, selling, or installing as a contractor a solar water heating system unless you're licensed by the authority. Again, the application form is in the schedule. The important thing to note, there are 3 classes that an applicant would fall under. In class 1, similar to the class 1 of the worker, the holder is only allowed to import or sell, as well as to design, install, test, commission, maintain, and repair single or standalone units. While class 2, they're entitled to repair centralized systems. And not just repair, but all the other things that fall within that, manufacturing, importing, selling, and contracting. Then there is a class SHM, which entitles the holder to import parts necessary for the manufacture of the components for solar water heating, and to manufacture and sell the solar water heating components and systems. In the case of the workers, one was required as an individual to hold professional indemnity. In the case of the contractor, one is required to hold a contractor's all risk insurance for each project before the commencement of the works. When you look at the regulations, there is a template for the license that will be issued, and the regulations contain general provisions that pertain to licenses. There are requirements for how to apply for a license. It will be electronic or in any other manner that the authority will determine. The forms are set out, the documentation that is needed is set out, and the fee for each license is set out. The process of applications is also set out, and what comes out is that there are timelines within which an applicant will receive feedback from IPRA or from the authority. And then the validity of the license is also set out. It shall be for a period, a maximum period of 3 years. As it is a maximum period, it means that the license could be for a lesser period than 3 years. It could be 1 year or 3 years at the maximum. There is also a provision for license renewal, which is the position or the application process is similar to the application of a new license. The important thing to note is that to get your license renewed, you have to show that you have acquired 30 CPD points, continuous professional development, and the requirements for that are in the schedule. If you do not apply within the year, you will be, an applicant, when they then choose to apply, will have to pay the cost of the year they did not pay for, unless you apply for a deferment before the expiration of your license. Then you could, an applicant or a licensee can also upgrade their license to a different class, provided they fit the criteria of that class and they make the requisite fee. And then lastly, if you can show or demonstrate to the authority that your license has been defaced, destroyed, or lost, the authority may issue you with a duplicate license. And the application form and the fee for that is also set out. The Part 5 of the regulations deals with design, installation, testing, commissioning, repair, and maintenance. What is important in this part is to note that there is a provision that all new premises are required in their design to provide for solar water heating system design. And county governments, the role of county governments is now set out clearly in this part, that they are to develop as necessary legislation on the minimum annual contribution of solar water heating systems, hot water demand. And the calculation, the minimum hot water demand calculation template is set out in the schedule. What also emerges from our study and is here in the draft regulations is the importance of certain documentation, such as system design declarations, warranties, and other documentation that should be issued by the installer to the system owner. The responsibility for compliance is broad. It's placed on the developer of a housing estate, the promoter of the construction, an owner of the premises, or an architect or an engineer engaged in the design or construction. And then with regards to warranties, the parts that require warranties are set out in the schedule, and the time period for the warranty is also set out in the 8th schedule. Then conventional backup water heating is also allowed under the regulations to be used where necessary. In Part 6, the regulations provide for a register of licensees and the provision of data. The register will be on the authority's website. It shall rely on data provided by the certified licensee. And licensees are required to maintain their records for a period of 5 years. and the records, the templates for the records will be as per IPRA's requirements, and IPRA will be prescribing and publishing this from time to time. In Part 7 of the regulations, there is powers of inspection and penalties for contravention. So what is important here is to note that IPRA may inspect to ensure compliance with the regulations. This falls under Section 11 of the Act. And the authority, which is IPRA, may also issue a compliance license where a licensee has installed a system in compliance with the regulations. Where a licensee has contravened a certain provision of the regulations or has contravened the license in itself, IPRA may issue a compliance order. And where the compliance order is not complied with, then there would be a penalty to be met. And that will come out in the penalty amounts. There is also a requirement for local content under Part 8 of the regulations, and this is just to comply with Section 206 of the Energy Act, and also to ensure that the solar water heating industry benefits the local population from employment to procurement to manufacturing and all other aspects. So the offenses are set out on that slide. They fall under Part 9. The offenses are clear. They're not punitive or many. They fall within the required amount under the Statutory Instruments Act. So the first one is failure to include provisions for solar water heating systems. In this case, the penalty would be 20,000. Where one is found practicing without a license or a certificate, and upon conviction they are found liable, the penalty is a fine of 20,000 or 6 months imprisonment. Where one is found practicing without a license or certificate, the difference here is that there is no conviction. This particular worker or contractor has not been taken to court. There would still be a penalty of 1,000 for every day the violation occurs. Where one provides false data to the authority, there's a penalty which is provided in Section 210 of the Act. Where there is failure to comply with the compliance notice that is issued by the authority, the penalty is 20,000 per incident. And lastly, where one prevents an officer or an agent of the authority from inspecting their premises, there's a penalty of 5,000 for every day that the incident persists. And then lastly, the regulations set out redress, which is a human right, the right of redress. Complaints, disputes, and appeals are allowed. At the first instance, a complaint is made to the authority, and if one is dissatisfied with the decision of the authority, then they may lodge an appeal with the Energy Tribunal. This last slide is setting out the schedules that are to be found in the regulations and the enabling provision for the schedule. I've gone through them in my discussion, so I won't go through the actual schedule. Safe to say that they are all tied to the provisions in the regulations. So in conclusion, from our study, we found that Kenya does not have an explicit solar water heating policy, law, or regulation. However, when you look at the existing regulatory framework, it supports climate change mitigation, it supports renewable energy technologies, energy conservation, and green buildings. And all these are tied to the purpose and rationale for solar water heating. As such, there's an implicit support for solar water heating in our regulatory framework. The draft 2022 regulations that I have just presented aim to go further for the regulatory framework to support the enforcement of the standards and to ensure quality of installation and works for the solar water heating value chain. Then when we look at the comparative study, what comes out quite strongly is that regulations alone are not enough, but there's also need for complementary incentive programs and education and awareness programs for the regulations to have an impact. And that is the end of the presentation on the legal and regulatory framework.
Thank you, Clarice. I've given you 2 minutes. I am seeing people looking at their phones. I don't know if they are chatting their neighbors. But as you talk to your neighbor, be sure they know what is a solar water heater. Maybe they could get crashers. So I think that's enough. The last question is, you ask them if they are candidates in this election, so that when we bring the regulations in Parliament, they're able to support our cause. Okay, that's enough. That's enough for us. So we open it up. We open it up for the questions and answers. And maybe I will ask my first question. Are we ready? Yeah, so who has a question from the neighbor? Okay.
Good morning. My name is John Simiyu. I come from a construction company called Mateka. I'm the proprietor. And I've taken a lot of interest because first, I would have wished the presenters to tell us when the study was done, what they wanted to be done. So I would have wished to know now, 10 years down the line, are the dynamics the same? Because we know we have changing data in demographics. Even the economy, the GDP has grown, so that even the pricing for those products in 2012 could not be applied in 2022. So many things have happened along the way. They should be telling us when they did the study and what were the underlying, even if they were for 10-year period since the previous observations were taken from the public, what has changed in between, or the limitations for the study. Now then, coming back again to the legislative part, they have made very radical proposals in terms of licensing fees for those who want to operate as contractors and technicians, and the punitive measures taken against those who breach the same. And I've wished them also to say, as EBRA, it has a strict requirements, perhaps duty to the public, by making sure that while they are good at licensing, they must also give back to the stakeholders in terms of lobbying for reduced taxes for solar equipment and system, so that while they encourage homes to install solar system for domestic or commercial, they should also be able to lobby on the other side so that the taxes for these products are so brought down. Then again, when it comes to licensing again, I see it's all about fees and fees. Then how do you support small and medium enterprises who are running, who make this as part of their livelihood, part of their day-to-day business, because they want to do jobs as contractors for these jobs, for this solar system? How do you promote them so that they also now employ other people? Instead of saying, we want you to comply with this, if you fail to comply, we have penalties, which are set in the law. But we're not also saying it will be like a requirement on the part of EBRA to conduct maybe training like the one we're having now for the stakeholders, for the purpose of also capacity building. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Okay, good morning. Costin Oyo, representing Association of Energy Professionals Eastern Africa. So my question goes to the legal framework, and particularly on the CPD points. You mentioned that for one to renew their license, they'll require to have 30 CPD points. So my question is, who will be responsible for giving these CPD points? And if you may answer that, I think that will not be wise to have only one institution to be giving these CPD points, because it can be a profit-making enterprise for such an institution. Because we maybe have 1,000 solar water heating technicians, all of them will be required to take this training to gain CPD points from one institution. So it will be seem unfair to other organizations not to be given the chance to give CPD points. My other question goes to licensing of vendors and importers of solar water heating materials. We also have solar PV regulations, which have some requirements for importers and vendors. So in my opinion, it seems like there'll be double licenses for these importers or vendors, to have one for solar water heating and one for solar PV. And the basis there, this is solar. So I think the EBRA should harmonize these regulations so that we only have one which captures both, instead of having one person to have both solar water heating and solar PV. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Wycliffe. I've got two questions. The first question regards the licensing of the, I see they are called workers. Now, previously, and then, so what will be the criteria? Of course, there are documentations that have been enumerated, but then will there be, like, what happens to PV and what used to happen initially in 2018, whereby you have a written interview and an oral interview, or what will be the criteria? Then number two is, this goes to the JICWA team. There was a proposal that in their report that before you are licensed, you'll be attached to someone who is in the field, maybe to orient you, to give you knowledge of the field. But then my question is, how will the premier team be? Because I'm assuming the previous licensees their licenses were annulled. So what happens to the premier team? Who will orient them if that is to be taken? Then the other thing I noted in their report was that there was a proposal that, I don't know whether that was taken into the regulations or not, but there was a proposal that the license to be transferred, like for instance, I'm licensed, then there's someone who I've been working with, and I feel that this person is qualified, and I transfer the license to them. I think section 3.73 I think mentions such a thing. So what was the thinking behind that? Thank you.
To add on what he touched on earlier licensed, we had only one license, but now we have 2 licenses. Which criteria will you use for those people who have been in the market for long? The other part is I've seen in the regulation that if you do installation without the license, you'll be charged. Which criteria will you use to get them? And there are so many in the market, as well as that the company is liable using people without a license, because you can buy the license, you have the company, you buy the license, and you use your person. Will that affect the companies? Thank you.
Maybe I didn't make a clarification. You should ask good questions. You know, we brought, in this room we have more than 7 doctors. And one doctor presented a very long report. We could also ask questions on that report. You know, we are not, maybe just to clarify, we are not yet enforcing the regulations. We are proposing what should be in our regulation. What should be. So if the presenter said, we are saying we should have penalties. So you say we don't want penalties because of X, Y, Z. Kindly remove the penalties. Now if you start asking, you know that's the problem that usually we have. Now you're asking me, or you're asking Daktari, or you're asking the JQuates team. We are still drafting. Sindio? This is a validation workshop of the findings of the study report. So based on the findings, they have made some proposals. So in those suggestions or proposals, you say, what you found in the field is wrong. Maybe we could consider X, Y, Z, so that we are also enriching the document. You don't make it a session of me responding or someone else responding to you. Kindly. Yeah, I didn't mean you ask those difficult questions. Maybe I wanted you to ask simpler questions. But I think you get what I'm saying. Basically, I want you, if from the presentations, you have said this in the regulations, you have said this in the report, I don't like it, I like this. Why don't we make it this way? So that even someone else from the audience can respond to you. I don't think that will work. We should go this other way. So that at the end of the day, when we do our validation workshop, we put it in the final report so that we're enriching the work. But sasa tukianza kuuliza fees, sasa fees. You don't want me to be rich. Can you pay fees?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kennedy Okumu from Talos Energy. My question goes to the consultants and the legal team. You had said that the convectional means is factored into the regulations. And what I wanted to ask is that will the regulations accommodate the use of solar heat pumps and any other emerging technologies, because the water heating technology and solar technology changes each and every day?
Thank you. Take the last one.
My name is Alphonse again, and mine is a question as well as a suggestion. First is about the installers. When we go to the licensing, I remember last time when we were doing the exams, there was written exam and then there was some oral exam. It would be my suggestion as well to have a practical exam on the same, because there is a very big deal, young, very bright young guys from the university who cannot fail an exam because they are very fresh. They will read and they will get it, but when you give them a practical thing to do, they will do it opposite. And that is one of the failure areas we had last time, because there was an upsurge of solar water heaters when the regulations were implemented. At the same time, the market was failing because the failure rate of the solar water heating systems was almost doubling. And we had a lot of problems with the end users because they were not having any confidence in the project. Because you have all the licenses, but you cannot do the work properly. The other thing is on the area of the contractors and the importers. When we say that you need to have a licensed installer in the company, there will be also a danger of the entrepreneurs getting into the market again. Because you will find a project which needs like 500 systems. They won't give it to the local installer who has been in the market. A politician will come up, get a guy, license him, get his contractor's license within a week, and import for that project. Then after he does that project, he's out of the market again. Then you are also we shall be killing the existing companies in that way. So there should be a mechanism like what they usually do in NCA. You go, you inspect the premises, you see when the company was installed, what kind of a business was it been doing, what is the future of that company before even you license them to become solar importers. And then that way probably will be protecting the market, the end user, as well as the existing companies. Thank you.
My name is Brenda Rombo from Litre Engineering Services Limited. And my question is on the importers and the manufacturers, whom I know majority are not local. I'm suggesting if maybe we can have a regulation, like for example for vehicles, the way we have a regulation in place where you cannot import a used vehicle that is more than, let's say, a certain number of years. We can have something similar for systems in terms of quality of our manufacturers, so that at least we can try to mitigate this issue of the public and also the end users not really having confidence in the systems. Yeah, and also my question is, after this session and maybe the report going through amendments, when do we foresee the implementation of this report, of these regulations or laws in place? Yeah.
Do we respond to those ones first? Yeah, you will be the next one, the next round. Yeah. Yeah, you're still a young man, you can wait. So who will be responding to, nowadays, today I'm an observer, so I think we can start with the simpler questions, the very simple ones. Pardon? Yeah. So you can start.
Once more, good afternoon. Now, I'll respond to questions by John and Costin. Yes, and if there are any others that might require EPRA intervention, of course, at the permission of my director here. One, John, online and shared with the stakeholders in the background of the study and the method section. We always give the time when the study was conducted. If you check there, I think it's been going the last 1 year. That's when it was conducted, and there are also limitations in that study and all those sorts of things. So maybe we'll have to go look at the entire study that was posted. Then you took off punitive measures. John seems to suggest they are not successful. When you look at enforcement of policies, Nixon said there are 7 doctors here, so I'm glad I teach energy policy in the universities, and we look at 3 things that you use to enforce a policy. We call it carrots, sticks, and summons. So anytime you come up with a regulation that you want to enforce, you first employ what you call summons, or tambourines. So you go sing to them, tell them it's good to do these things the way a pastor does. Then of course there's some people not agree with their summons. They will dismiss you the way they dismissed Noah. And then of course now you come with the carrots and sticks. Those ones you apply at the same time. So the sticks are now what we are talking about, the punishment. John, punishments are not supposed to be attractive. Actually, they are supposed to prohibit you from doing that thing. So if you tell your son, if you don't go to school, I'm going to buy you candy, that's not a very good punishment. If you tell him, if you don't go to school, I'm going to chop off your finger, that's the best threat you give him. So punishments are supposed to be deterrent. When a stakeholder finds punishment to be friendly, it's not a very good thing, because he will always break the laws because he can meet those punishment. So for me, actually, in my understanding of regulations, these punishments are supposed to be very prohibitive. Once they scare you, it's a good thing. Then, of course, you talked about EPRA coming in to assist, not just talking of some punishment. Of course, that's something we also always do. When you hear there are tax incentives on any of our solar systems, the way a budget is done, the budget in this government, the government asks all the agencies to give their budget proposals. So when you give budget proposals, you give, of course, what you want to eat as EPRA, then what you think should be considered in the field where you are a specialist in. So how do you look at it? You write to the minister through the Ministry of Energy and say, last year you offered tax incentives for the following areas that we are legislating. Then, of course, you refer to SDG 7 and all those kind of things. And you tell them now, please consider giving tax incentives to the following areas. So you list those areas, then you send to the minister. The minister sends now Minister for Energy, then he sends Treasury, then there's the budget committee. Now they make their final decisions. So anytime you see their exemptions, you know they come from EPRA before they go to the Ministry of Energy, then they go to the Treasury. Now we're looking at the issue of CPD points, Costin is still a student. Now when you will become out here and they tell you about CPD points, training is one of it, of course, but it's not the only thing that you use to get CPDs. If you publish work, even in a newspaper, you will get some CPD points. If you train the way now she has presented today, she can now present those as CPD points somewhere that I presented a study in this workshop. Then we also, of course, have workshops, like attending workshops. You can say if you attend this workshop, like from Wednesday, there's a workshop for engineers in Mombasa, which once we attend, we're going to get CPD points 18. So there are an array of things that you do to get those CPD points. On issue of double licensing, no, we are not double licensing. Solar PV and solar water heating are very different things. They seek to serve different purposes. Even the experts who do those works, it doesn't necessarily mean that if you can do solar water heating, then you can do solar PV. And as you saw from the initial presentation for the study, we said we are dealing with the quality. So if you look at quality, you're looking at different skill sets. The skill sets for solar PV and for solar water heating systems are quite different. As you saw, one is mechanical, mostly, even from what the respondents were saying. Another one is mostly electrical, actually. I don't know. Let me see something else I can respond before we give to Jay Quartes. Or Dixon, someone else can respond? Okay, fine. Wycliffe, licensing of workers. What happens to current crop of licensees? That's what Dixon has been saying, that you give us suggestions. You tell us, it's called a transition. In standards, we call it grandfathering. How do we move from one stage to another? So you'll give suggestions. That's why we're here, actually, so that EPRA and JQuartz can all sit down and say, now the existing licensees, you're irrelevant. You should start afresh. Or we say we can move you to class 1, or we cannot move you. So those are things now we need to get actually consensus from here. We don't impose it to someone. The same thing with the attachment in the field before licensing, because of course there are some people right now who are licensed. Transfer of licenses, I will not answer that question. I saw that thing in the study, so I think this team will answer how you transfer licenses from one person to another. Agnes, also about transition, the same thing. Agnes will give us suggestions on how we transfer licenses, how shall EPRA catch those who are not complying. Nixon, I'll leave the question to you. You'll respond. How we will catch those who don't comply. Then Kennedy, will solar water heating, the heat pumps, will they be included in the regulations? Maybe the same thing. When I came to EPR, I met Eustace. He told me one thing, that you only regulate where there is a problem. So if you are regulating the heat pumping systems, one thing would be that if you are doing heat pumps, you'll always find them in hotels and in factories, and in most likely they are being used by, or people are installing it, they know where they source their technicians. So we have not seen where there is a problem with heat pumping, that there is maybe a big problem in terms of the quality. But maybe if we see there is a quality problem in heat pumping systems in the country, then of course we incorporate it into the solar water heating system. Although I know, of course, there are places where people have been using this heat pumping to meet heating. Then the issue of oral interviews. I don't know. There are questions about quality to be quality to be included in terms of solar water heating systems. Generally, actually, when we do the licensing, you also make reference to standards. Then you say also when people are doing installations, they should install using the following standards. But the issue of the quality of the systems themselves, of course, it's a multi-sectoral problem that has to, first of all, of course, start from KEBS, where we develop specific standards for products. Then, of course, KEBS comes in with EPRA and with other stakeholders. Then when they come in, they can now come up with specific standards. They will use the S&L standards and labeling standard regulations for specific items. But although those ones are for energy performance. But the same can be applied, although this can be approached from the point of standards development. So there was the question about doing practicals. I don't know if Eustace, you can answer that. Yes, Eustace will respond to the question about practicals and the issue of tenderpreneurs, because you talked of the NCA. So I think Eustace can deal with that. I've dealt with the question with Brenda, and then the question of, then they will respond to the question about the transfer of licenses. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I'm Eustace Jello. The first question I'm tackling is about the practicals. We normally have, in our regulations, when we are licensing, we normally have written and go to the new practical you are talking about. Because it will mean I take you to the building. In the first place, we don't know whether there is any customer who is interested in doing installation. But If we ask you where you have done installations, we normally validate that. We normally go to those places sometimes and they see, and they also talk to the people whom you send, you did the job to. But you have instruments, you have equipment, which would like to see whether you know the basic things about solar installation. The other question was about entrepreneurs. If you look at it clearly, in that company, the most important person will be the technician. We are not interested with the owner of the company. If there is any problem, quality problem, we normally get the technician, and once the technician is disqualified or the license is disqualified, the company is dissolved. It dissolves automatically. I think you can get that. You can get any politician to get a technician, register, get the job. But the person who will be responsible, as far as you are concerned, is the licensed worker. If there is poor quality work, the first thing we do, we get rid of his license. Immediately we get rid of his license, the license of the company automatically is dissolved. So the chances for entrepreneurs are very, very minimal. The other thing is also we also educate the workers. Whenever we license them, we educate them to show them the value of their license. We tell them not just to dispose it to anybody in a cheap way. That's why sometimes it's very difficult. You find most of the companies now are owned by those people. Because it's not difficult to register a company. Most of the companies are owned by the technicians. There was also another question about when the regulations will come in place. Who asked the question? Is a study and a proposal. This is just a step towards now writing the regulations. It might take another like 12 months minimum to come up now with the new acceptable regulations. And before I sit down, there's something I observed on the requirements, the technical requirements and economic requirements. There's a place you are said, people are said others. Degrees, diploma, technical. In your chat, there was like a small thing about others. I think you should clarify what is others. I might come up with my diploma in theology for the others.
Thank you. I think we'll give the GEQUATEST team, but before they respond, I want to add in two perspectives. I identify with the question on tenderpreneurs, and it's not a problem for just EPRA. I think it's a problem for the entire engineering fraternity. I remember when you were doing the solar photovoltaic regulations, we had made a proposal that if you are licensed, you are registering a solar company, the person licensed should have some percentage of shares in the company. But when we went to public participation, our good learned friend said we were discriminating. So we had to do away with the requirement. Maybe when Clarice will come, she'll tell us if I can open a law firm, if I'm not a lawyer, and why they are discouraging engineers from following that. Because we did benchmark with other countries. I think it's the practice in Tanzania. In Tanzania, you cannot license an engineering firm if you are not an engineer. At least one of the directors who is the technical person must have 30% of the shares. So I think it's something we should think, not necessarily for even this regulation, even for roads, for these other fields. Because when people are arrested for doing poor contracts, usually they are not engineers. I've never seen a scandal where in Kenya, where someone has been arrested, the person arrested as the owner of the company is an engineer actually, but you'll find the engineering contracts. So that's one of the things that I think we should be engaging, maybe EPRA, NCA, EBK, IEK, all these bodies that do something around the engineering fraternity. So I just felt that I should add something onto that. And on the question of oral and written interviews, you really put it well, that if I'm a young person, I will go, read, pass. It can still happen in the same way unless I take him to the real installation. But you see, it will be really trying to push the process to be very difficult, because what we say in regulation is if people cannot comply, then you don't need to have that regulation. So if I start saying I will be testing people on system installations, how many do we have and how many people will I be working around with? So we try to put a minimum criteria, as Eustace said, where you can be able to identify the tools, you can be able to demonstrate that you can use the tools. And also in this regulation, as opposed to the previous one, we are proposing to tie you to projects, not to experience, years of experience. In the old regime, we used to say you should have 2 years of experience. Here we are saying you should demonstrate that you have participated in a given number of projects. So we expect that through that, then we are able to capture the aspect of experience very well. So maybe, Clarice, you could come up. On how we will enforce compliance. That's a difficult question. I don't want to say that we don't have enforcement instruments. At EPRA, we started the enforcement department, and I think you have seen some of the work they have been able to do. So they move around the houses the way Kenyans want to check that someone is complying with the regulations. But definitely the best compliance mechanism is from the end user. So we'll always try also to do education. As much as you know, if you arrest many people, people will still go to court and say you are arresting as much. Can you reduce the pace? So it's a difficult balance, but we always try to, enforcement team who is working on that.
I think you've answered all the questions, IPRA team. Thank you so much. I'll just add from a legal perspective. On the issue of the penalties and the radical nature of them, maybe what I'd add there is that this is actually not as radical as the 2012 regulations. Those ones, the penalty was 1 million, quite high, quite steep. These ones are within the 20,000 and less range. And the reason for that is that they actually also fall in within the requirement under the Statutory Instruments Act that requires that minimal threshold. So in terms of reasonability, I think they are not too harsh, especially when you compare to where we came from. Then the others on that point have been mentioned and answered quite well. The other one I would like to discuss is the issue of transfer of licenses. Maybe Nixon will add on to that. It was, from our review, it was, we found it in Rwanda. The regulatory framework for Rwanda, remember I said they have a solar water heating regulation of 2015, and they actually provide for transfer of licenses. So we could discuss whether it's also applicable for Kenya and how to provide for it in the final regulation. On the quality issue, I think what I would like to point out is that not only do these regulations have make it mandatory to adhere to the standards, but there are also a requirement for the installer to provide a warranty. And these warranties are on workmanship. For workmanship, you must give a warranty for 1 year. Then the 8th schedule also gives warranties for different components of the equipment. Let me just see if I can go to that. Yeah? It's 5 years for all the other components. So that also deals with the question of quality. Then on this issue of tenderpreneurs, I think we can also add legally that there's a mechanism for suspension and revocation of licenses, which I think Dr. Fenwick's also mentioned. Was it, or I think Eustace, about the cancellation of the license as a whole, protecting on those kind of issues. I don't know if the rest of my team members have an addition.
Okay, so I think we go to the next round of questions. Okay.
Yeah. I've come in as others because the others question was raised. Now, yes, the other admissible disciplines that were recommended from the field study included renewable energy technology, energy engineering, water engineering, agricultural and biosystems engineering, buildings and construction. There was a recommendation that plumbing and basic knowledge on solar water heating installation should be admissible. So those are what we categorized as others. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Hari. Good afternoon. I just want to mention Kennedy had asked something on heat pumps. In the study where we have the exceptions, there are areas you might not be able to install solar water heating. And an example is Limuru area. And the heat pump is a renewable energy. So you can use it. It is part of the exceptions.
Go ahead. Yes, Serekal comes on. There's something I need to bring to context. In 2012, we had regulations that required every house to install solar water heaters, right? And that's where the question for heat pumps maybe is coming from. Partly, because then in this regulation, we are not requiring people to install. They will do at their own will, the same way we do for solar photovoltaic. You know, we didn't force anyone to install PV, but the market dynamics, what we did as a regulator was to provide for quality standards, quality installers, people who then can be referred to as qualified installers, and through this, and also the fiscal incentives, that is the tax exemption, the import duty exemption, the market was able to grow. And I think it's the nature of our market. Our market does not need a rule to force you to do some of the things. What we have seen over time, as technologies become cheaper, Kenyans are enterprising enough. They're able to follow those dynamics. And that's what we are trying to introduce in this regulation. So in the proposed draft, what we are saying is, like what Clarice presented, in the 4 jurisdictions, they had 2 levels. So there is the national government, which could be EPRA, in this case, Ministry of Energy, and the other players, and then there is the county government. So in the previous law, the one that we put off in 2018, it was saying every person within the local authority. So the local authority in this case meant the towns, major towns, should install a solar water heater. And then parliamentarians came, rightly so, and they said, they were asking, I come from Mandera, and the member of parliament, not specifically from Mandera, in this case, was saying, my place is very hot. Who told you I need a solar water heater? So in this draft, what we have proposed is, once we have the standards, once we have the people who are installing to be licensed, then specific county governments will come up with the legislation on the percentage of hot water consumption that should come from solar water heaters. So that when we try to ask questions or give comments, we should be asking in that context, because the context has changed a little bit. We are not in the same old regime. Yeah, so go ahead.
Thank you, engineer. My name is Albert Ouma. I work for Enapro Consulting, an energy consultancy firm. I have 3 questions. One is on the qualifications to become licensed, the proposed qualifications. And I think, engineer, you brought it up in terms of saying the others. And again, apart from the others, I'm feeling that section is biased to favor certain engineering disciplines. You are talking about mechanical engineering. I don't know, respondents said 72%, and then mechatronics. So, and I'm seeing the report is done by Jekwates, and I know those are disciplines that are, taught there. So, and of course there are so many engineering disciplines. So I feel that section, and if you read through it, you feel certain aspects about those who've done electrical engineering, I don't know, trying to rectify something by moving to the bit of mechanical engineering aspects in the solar water heating systems, technical aspects. So I feel probably just recommend a basic engineering or technical field without going to the specifics. Otherwise, you are going to discriminate so many people. Saying that 72% favored mechanical engineering. I'm not mechanical, I'm not electrical, but I've participated in projects, solar water heating projects, big ones, that are working successfully. So I think just concentrate on being an engineering, qualification without going into the specifics. We have Engineers Board of Kenya that regulates the engineering industry, and also EPRA has a way of licensing to measure the competence of people before they issue the license. So I think let's not go into the specific discipline. So long as it is an engineering degree that is, recognized and accredited by the Kenyan laws, then, you qualify. Then, of course, before you are giving the license, you do exams and you are interviewed and all that. So the aspect of mechatronics, mechanical, I think that should be out of that report. The other aspect is on the economics. I think you mentioned something, I don't know, 7 to 8 years. I think that paints a picture that it's not a very attractive, venture for someone who is implementing such a project. So why would you convince me if the payback is going to be 7 to 8 years? And I want to tie it to my third question. Why are we pushing this regulation? I think at a national level, the government probably wants to manage the maximum demand. And so by implementing this project, when people are taking showers in the morning, everyone is are using their showers. I think it pushes the maximum demand of the country, so and puts pressure on the existing infrastructure. So probably that is the bigger goal at a national level. And of course economics. I know economics of solar water heating are attractive. There are areas where these projects have been done and paybacks are not very tough, so are not very long. So maybe you need to look at that. Finally, maybe just to mention on the penalties. Of course, you've referenced to some existing legal framework that now you've reduced it from 1 million to 20,000, 10,000, and so and also there are those that
where people, can go to prison, or just pay the penalties. I feel those penalties, people can just violate this and pay them. Not very high, not very prohibitive, but at least they're able to, tell people that this is a serious thing. So if you put figures that people are just able to pay and get away with them, pay and violate, I think maybe you need to look at that critically and maybe revise them, maybe 50,000 or maybe 100 or something. But 10, 20,000 I feel is a little bit too low. Thank you.
Yeah, ask, but summarize the question kindly. I know Gachia is wise enough.
My name is Nicholas Gachia, energy consultant, working with KI Energy Tech Limited. Mine is one or two brief comments or questions. Now, one is of the stakeholders' involvement, especially we keep referring to our MPs, and maybe there could be other key decision makers. So do we wait and give them the results, then they come with comments and questions and even rejecting the regulation, or are they part of this process? Each and every stage or milestone, there should be a way of briefing them or others so that they are part of it. And as I mentioned, we need to keep communicating the bigger object, taxation and incentives. I thought solar and renewable energy are tax-free equipment. So the other thing is the incentives. I think they need to be more clarified. We need to be more clear to the consumers. What are the incentives in place? Maybe we need to communicate, better communication. Maybe if I do solar water heating, I will be saving 30% of my monthly electricity bills. Is it clear to the consumers? The other one is on the penalties, as mentioned. Why can't we come up with other parameters or other systems? Maybe saying, if you don't do this, you miss this. More of an encouragement rather than just policing. Lastly, is that I was involved in the development of the previous regulations, where we also said that existing buildings also needed to be part of it after 5 years. But in this case, we said that we exempt all existing buildings. I think that for sure that could be a challenge with the objectives. So that may be still part of it, maybe give more room or more time, but I think that they should also be covered at some point. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. I'm Okot Ben Blas Odiambu. I'm an installer, licensed one. My question or my comments goes to this part. The first presenter talked about what can be done differently. And under this chapter is spell out some conditions for exemptions, but there's no clarity between the first and the second point in this presentation, where it suggested that our building can be exempted based on technical limitation or incapable incorporation of solar or water heating system due to special circumstances. So you may clarify what he means by this, or I suggest that on the coming regulation, we spell out, be clear, so that we don't come in confusion with the homeowners, where somebody will tell you that you cannot put solar on this room. He has no proof for that. When he has done his economics, he has seen that installing is more expensive than applying for exemption. So I think we can incorporate an aspect of a structural report by a structural engineer when he talks about technical limitation of the building. I don't know who will do this, will it from IPRA or who will be actually doing this, but the homeowners should also put this in when applying for exemption. Thank you.
Thank you. The last one for this session. There. Oh.
Thank you very much. My name's Cleophas Ogutu. I'm from Kenya Power. I have to this proposal. I think emphasis has only been given to the panel, but there are other associated items that should also be considered there. Then there was an item where we are talking of the scope. And the scope of phase 1 as specified was to be in Nakuru, Kisumu, Mombasa. Now, if you look at the consideration for the scope, it's both geographical and the amenities present. So again, I'm trying to look at I think we've gone a little bit generic in concentrating on the cities without emphasis to the amenities. So I think we need to qualify those specific areas that we want to consider for phase 1. They should not just be based on the basis of cities without a lot of consideration in the amenities that might be there. And again, to say that at times it is very, very difficult to pilot or to try something in such places. You'd rather go to other areas where you can get better results. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have online people.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Clive Ayuko. I'm an energy writer. I wanted to ask, now that the world is moving towards 24-hour economy, and most of the solar panels you're talking about are actually solar panels that work during the day. There are recent developments in this solar energy industry. Like now we know that you can actually tap into solar energy at night using the technology of night vision goggles. So I don't know in your research study if you actually roped in these new emerging technologies into this particular industry. And question number 2, I don't know if there's a research component within the industry where developments within the solar industry can actually be brought into the industry. Like you can have JQuat, for instance, or the University of Nairobi taking this particular research component to actually come up with new changes within the solar industry. So I don't know if the report actually also mentions this component of research and perhaps emerging technologies within the industry. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon once more. I would want to differ a little bit with my colleague over the corner concerning that all engineering should be in the same category. The reason in the first place why we have specialization is to wait on various aspects of the industry. You have a mechatronic engineer in a process plant, he'll do better. You have an electrical engineer in Kenya Power, he'll do better. And probably a mechanical engineer in another sector will do better. So we are not fighting for human rights, just like Elon Musk. But specialization is key, and that's why there's regulation. The next thing I would want to say is the tenderpreneurs. We find that the tenderpreneurs, they get a T3 guy, they open a company and do some work and go. When things go wrong, the T3 licensee is punished and maybe the license revoked. Now the regulation can there be, because sometimes you are representing that company, but you never know what the entrepreneur is doing. So it's doing some projects, you're not involved, you don't know. When the problem comes, it's you they're pointing at. So let there be a way of ensuring that the entrepreneur, all the works he does are being approved by the licensee so that the licensee can take the responsibility. If he can just do his work and the technician has not signed anything or approved anything, then let him be responsible. Because sometimes they just evade the technicians, do their own work. You'll just hear, oh, that company did 3 projects. You never know about them.
but we are the legal representation of that tenderpreneur. Thank you.
So I think we respond to those questions, and then we'll take the next slot. We'll start with the online audience. I will respond for some, and for others, I think you'll ask in the next slot. Okay. You know, if I don't allow her to speak, she might look for a lawyer.
Actually, we didn't have any lead in that session. Thank you for that. Just a concern on warranties and certificates. Will they be available on EPRA page? And then on training of the community, that is on sensitization, will you incorporate the technicians? And the other thing is about the VAT, because the solar water heating systems are going are very high on prices. When it comes to the issue of VAT and regulation, handle it so that it is also available and quality. Thank you, Martin. I was also to touch on that part, because you find that I'm not working for a company, but I've given them the license. But when they do a wrong thing, you destroy my license, yet I was not part of the project. Consider on that. Let us be involved. Help us to be involved in those projects. I'm so much, preserved when it comes to insurance. I'm sorry for this, because when I check on the PV installations, they do a lot, even up to mini projects, but they are not insured. Why do you want to insure the solar water heating? And then there's I would like to add, it's a compliment. When it comes to licensing, can also consider the experience, as in, because we have so many technicians who are doing the installation, they have the certification, they have the experience. Can it be also considered when you are doing the licensing? Thank you.
So I think we respond to those questions so that we move. I will start with the tenderpreneurs. Who are these tenderpreneurs? You know, every morning I hear people complaining about some ghost people who are living somewhere. There's no tenderpreneur in this room. Who is a tenderpreneur? You can defend yourself. Seems there's no one. But from our experience, of course we have people. There will always be tenderpreneurs. There will always be business people. And we had already commented on that in the previous session. But I've also found, from my experience, the contracts between the installers and the tenderpreneurs to be wanting. Let's also admit where we have a mistake. You meet with a tenderpreneur. I don't want to mention the races. You meet with someone in a hotel in Nairobi. You sign the consent letter. You don't know where the office is. You don't know what they do. We don't know where they come from. There is no even lawyer to witness. In fact, you're making our lawyers to miss resources. You should at least make the document enforceable, because that's one of the problems we have. When you draw that contract between yourself and that tenderpreneur, for us as the regulator, I may not come in really to say, your contract is bad, because I don't look at that contract. I look at the consent, that the authorization you have given me, that you, XYZ, you are working with tenderpreneur ABC, and you know the tenderpreneur, and you take liability for all their works. That is what my consent letter says. But where you have met that person you don't know the person, basically. You don't know what they do. And then when there is a problem, you want me to look for that person on your behalf. In fact, there are technicians who have called me before for solar PV asking, can you check for me in the system which company attached my license? Because they don't even know the company. Now, how do you assist such a person? In fact, if I was that bad person, I just look for you and arrest you, because you gave me a consent for someone you don't even actually know. So I think also as as a profession, we need to grow with time. That we know when you are giving your professional commitment, it's some liability you are taking. And I like this with the lawyers. You know, when you call the lawyers, you ask them the first question, they answer you very well. The second question, they tell you, see me in my office. Because they know there you will have a binding agreement. But for us, we call each other, exchange money over M-Pesa. People even send me M-Pesa messages. We agreed 100,000, he has paid me 50,000. So that I do what? Go arrest the person for you. I don't know the person myself. So maybe going forward is something we should look at. And I know for the PV regulation, which is something we are also going to do for this, we have made it a requirement that the completion certificates are registered through the system. So when it's generated by the contractor, then it goes to you as the installer. You approve before the projects, you approve before the completion certificate is issued. I think it's the same system that NCA uses. If you are an architect, you say you are the one who drew, the client applies, it goes to the architect. The architect has to approve. So that's one of the things that we are looking at to address that. But also at our individual level, know who you commit your license to. It can be even a terrorist. And when there's a problem, they will come for you. You will not say, I don't know the person. You will have to look for that person. Then to answer the question on qualifications, there is an aspect of accepting our limitations. And this is something that we have always tried to encourage, even in our office at individual level. When I don't know something on pumping systems, I don't feel bad because it's not my area, right? I will call Eustace, he's a mechanical engineer, I will call Fenwick's to ask. So we have to ask, we have to understand that every person has limitations. If we make it open, the way we are recommending, a civil engineer, not to put their degree in repute. I know they do very good bridges. You have seen that expressway. It was done by civil engineer. I have no idea what they are doing. I can only read about those beams and those trusses and all those things. I read them as a storybook. So I understand my limitation. I can't go to build a road. Why do we always think that when we are talking about electricity, it can be done by any other person? So we should be very careful in that perspective. And if you look at the proposal on the qualifications, we have provided a pathway for someone who is not a mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, mechatronics engineer to get licensed. Where you go to NITA, because you have done these projects, they give you a competence-based interview where you are given the system to install. If you are qualified, they give you a government grade test. Then with the government grade test, we do what? Issue with a license. But as a regulator, we will not be regulating if there are no requirements. We have to draw a line. Personally, my profession is electrical, but there are things I don't even know. If I go to national control, I listen. I don't know. And I don't blame myself because it's my experience, it's my background, is where I've worked. And it's a good thing in the profession that we have to inculcate. Over time, you accept your limitations, you work with those limitations. If you have experience, you go to the government grade test, you get the certificate, the regulator will license you. We accept. There are even people who finished at class 8, but we accept them because they have worked with someone who is doing plumbing, they understand, they have gone to NITA, they have proved. I have no reason to deny them a license. So I think that, and then it should not be like, it's JQuates because they offer mechanical and electrical. I didn't know they don't offer the others. I have just known. But basically, it's a questionnaire. We went through the questionnaire. They administered the questionnaires. We have them. And we got feedback from the respondents. And we take the feedback here positively. If someone feels, it's one of the things we'll capture in the report. And we have to respond to whether we take it into on board or not. So it's something that we should look at. The next question, I think, is on the payback period, and I think I will want JQuates to answer that. And also, you know, Dr. when you are presenting your graph, you said at 400 or 500 liters, they were trying to merge, showing that it's not viable or visible to do a system bigger than 400 liters hot water system. It's something I think you should check, and I know there are people who are in the field, Martin, Brenda, who are installing these systems. Maybe they can assist us with some data so that you're able to project the right picture. And I think it also came from Albert in the form of, the basis that you're proposing the regulation is because it's cheaper than electricity. So if it's merging at that point, then it shows commercial and institutional systems should not install solar water heaters, which is not the right position. But we'll respond to that. And in that question, I will also want maybe Martin, Agnes, these people who install these systems, you give us your experience as to what is the payback period, as to what you consider the payback period, whether it's viable to do above 400 liters, so that we also take up the right feedback. Penalties, we rightly accept, of course, the penalties are supposed to deter, and we have already alluded to that. But the problem from experience in coming up with penalties, I think all of us remember December 2020, when the headline, I think it was Daily Nation, it was Business Daily. Someone wrote the story that regulator moves to deter the use of solar photovoltaic, and then in the story they were saying Kenya Power has realized their business is going away, the penalties are very expensive, the licensing requirements are very high. So it's usually a very dicey situation to say this is the right penalty all the time. So it's usually not a scientific decision from my experience. It's usually political, in form of what do you consider acceptable to the stakeholders. Because if you say the penalty is 1 million, they will say you are bringing the business down. If you put it 50 shillings per offense, you are saying I better pay the penalty than comply. So in this case, it's not a scientific as such decision, but we'll try always to look at the penalties, and also if you have recommendations, you can give us. Gachie asked about engagement with the politicians. We try to do it. You try to do it all the time, and we continue doing it. So the basis of the regulation is the Energy Act 2019, and I think as Clarice presented, there are clauses that empower the Cabinet Secretary to make these regulations, but also the only way you engage politicians is when you have a document. We can only do our prayers through writing, but, because of course, through that, then they're able to critique what we have put in there. And one of the outputs of this study, the information we get, we use it to do the regulatory impact statement that we use to forward the regulations to Parliament. So that is the document that we use to talk to the politicians. And also I know my director is here. He will tell you they have very serious engagements with the politicians, the Energy Committee. But at times it's us, the industry players, to project the right picture. The way the 2018 regulations were annulled is because the industry players started moving around, asking people to install. If they don't install, EPRA will arrest them. And then it became an issue. Instead of selling the benefits, we sold the stick. And in the process, the politicians picked it up. So basically, it's how we communicate our information, how we write. If people are writing about penalties and why we should not regulate, also write why we should have standards for solar, why we should have regulation for solar water heating, why solar water heating is important. So such a story is also try to move the narrative forward. There's a question on warranties. We have proposed warranties in the draft, Agnes. So maybe you can check if they are okay. Because in terms of, are the years styling with what the manufacturers provide? Those are some of the feedback we want from the stakeholders. And they will be part of the draft, they will be part of the regulations. So in this case, it means after the regulations are passed, then it becomes a requirement in law that you have to provide that minimum warranty. You can provide more than that, but that becomes the minimum threshold for that. On insurance, I think it's a story we have told before. We have told people before. It's a case we had in 2020. Someone hired, it's an NGO in Turkana. They hired someone to do a solar system for them. It's $1 million. The licensee subcontracted an individual. The system was condemned as failed. So the case was referred back to the authority. So the person who had subcontracted referred the other licensee to the authority, saying he has done bad work, I'm losing my clients. So we came in. So we had that case, we had it. Of course, the person who did the installation had liability. At the end of the case, the person said, I used the money to buy the components. I have no money to pay the company or the owner of the NGO that installed the system. So we had two situations. So the person who complained was pushing the authority to take the person to court. This person has failed. But was that the intention of the NGO? Was the NGO's intention to arrest the installer? The NGO's intention was to have a solution. So in this case, we felt if we take insurance for our work, and I think it's common practice for professional indemnity, if you're doing a design for doctors, for lawyers, to have some fallback plan. Because you might be given a system of 10 million. If it fails, where do you get the 10 million from to pay that company that gave you the work? So usually that insurance aspect assists you in terms of liability. Because we do work, but things can go wrong. It's usually not that they will go right. Yes, that's what we have proposed, that in every project you take insurance as per the size of the project that you're undertaking. So that will assist you so that when things don't work, then you have a fallback plan. Yeah. So I think Jekwates will answer the rest.
Before Jekwates, on the issue of qualifications, there is what we call the easy path. For example, if you have done electrical engineering, it is very easy for you to be licensed for electrical works. But you can do mechanical engineering and have experience, so you have a longer path to get license. And that is why the government, a process which I partly participated in, there's this thing we call prior knowledge, which the government, I think, is employing now to license even people who have never gone to school. So even if you have not gone to school and you prove you can do this work, you'll be given a certificate. For EPLA, we don't have any option. It's to allow you to give you a license. So when JQATS did the study, they are talking of the people they interviewed based on the knowledge they have. There are so many disciplines in engineering. Some people don't even know there is medical engineering. So that is why there was no respondent who said even medical engineers can do that. But you find sometimes some medical engineerings are related to electrical engineerings. So it's good to appreciate it is the people who gave response based on the knowledge of the disciplines they have. They suggested they prefer mechanical engineers, they prefer electrical, they prefer civil or what. But now during licensing, and I said this is the first process, because stakeholders and tell us who else can do this job. And that is why we have things like government trade tests, prior knowledge, certificates, and so on. So it's not that somebody is trying to be biased towards a certain place, but the study was based on, like if you ask me, who can do electrical installations better? The first thing I'll tell you is an electrical engineer. Mechatronic engineer won't come into my head. You see, despite even being a mechanical engineer, mechatronics engineer won't come into my head. But from me, I know they have done electrical engineering. So it's from there I can know. So let's get that it's not only these disciplines which have been mentioned, but even other government recognized certificates.
So, Daktari.
Thank you. On that, I think I'm to talk of the two parts. On the graph for the monthly cost where the lines were crossing each other, I think one of the beautiful things about being in the stakeholders workshop is to alert us where something is not making sense. So I've just gone through the model that we had done, and I've seen where the mistake was. So right now the graph I have, on that I can't project, the graph I have, solar water heating is the lowest throughout, then electricity is above it, and then we have LPG and biomass above that. On the payback period, and I'm happy to be corrected because of the experience of the people who are here, we took two cases. The first case was for a small system, 200 liter system, and the payback period was quite low, about two to 3 years or thereabout. And then the second case was for an active system that we were considering for a small commercial system. And when we looked at the OPEX, that's the one that had a payback period of about 7 to 8 years that you alluded to. But maybe I could ask, is that period too long from your experience? What's typical payback period?
It's normally attractive. I know the systems I've installed. It doesn't go beyond 3.5 years, and maybe one of the things probably you need to consider in your report is the industrial facilities that are also using hot water in their processes, and so solar water heating would really work for them. For example, at Unilever, I think there's a 13,000 liters per day solar water heating system installed there. So that is something that you could also consider. I mean, if we restrict it again to the buildings and these other facilities like the hospitals and hotels, then we lose the point. So probably, yeah.
Thank you for that. I think with your permission, then I think we can liaise after this so that you can share with us some non-confidential data that you can use for the model.
Yes, and maybe just to say, I'm not an activist. I'm just a professional in this area. So someone called me an activist, and I just want to say I'm just a professional. I'm not an activist. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, maybe it's because he's always on the news, and I know news people like activists like the media, but I'm not sure. We were to get a comment because of time. We'll get a comment from Martin, then we pick the last 5 questions. The microphone.
My apologies for talking too much. But I just want to reinforce on what the doctors have done. Some of us are in the industry and we do a lot of these modelings, especially in terms of payback period, because that is the only way you justify an investment. For the domestic range, I agree, is between 2 to 3 years. For the commercial, there are other dynamics that come on board, which includes, assuming you have a location here where we have space you want to put your hot water, but the point of use is just across that wall. Of systems which contribute a significant figure to the overall cost, and that's cost input. So we cannot say it's 3 years or 5 years. If you're just talking about the hot water system vis-a-vis the payback period, it will be around that 3 to 4 years or to 5 years. But the moment you now talk about you want to run a pipe, it's no longer PPR pipe, it's a CPVC pipe, or it's no longer a CPVC pipe, it's a copper pipe. We have to lug it. We have distances. There are pumps. There are controls. So those factors are what contributes to the cost input. And with that cost input, it will vary the payback period. But anywhere between 3.5 years to 5 years is still fine. Now, secondly, somebody talked about the heat pumps. We also modeled a situation whereby we have a grid, a solar system, a solar PV system powering a heat pump. And still the figures were coming to around 6 years, whereby somebody does not want collectors on the roof, so you just have PV, which is clean, no leakages, no water, and then a centralized tank, which has a double jacket or a double serpentine tank, and just wants to generate the power and feed through the heat pump. Of course, you know heat pumps have a coefficient of performance, whereby for every unit of energy feeding, it gives you more than 4 times more. So with those simulations, we found that the payback period is around 5 years or 6 years. So there are so many dynamics, and us being in the industry, it's us to explore these options and present them to the customers. So 5 years, 6 years maximum, we have these solutions. But with good designs, we can target 3 years. Yeah.
So maybe I think in the report, what we need to capture is the boundary of our simulation, because you might not want to put the pipe works as part of the simulation for the system, because you're also assuming the other source. If it's a boiler, still you'll have to do the same path from the source to the point of use. But maybe I think now that you have read through the report, also we'll have to capture that, and also have some engagements with Martin. For the system at Unilever, it was done by Orb Energy. There's a company called Orb. We can always provide you contacts to talk to them for the industrial system. Of questions, I think we start with online. Questions online, apart from the 2, so we picked 3 questions, the last 3 questions, so that we close. We have up to 2. And you see my boss is here, he has to speak before we go to the office. I might get a show cause letter if he doesn't speak. Any other question? Okay.
Maybe I just want to still take you back to that qualification bit. My thinking was that this is a technology. You know, it's not like you know, a mechanical engineering you know, discipline, but it's a technology that has come that is helping us to, you know, heat water using the heat of the sun. Of course, they say heat exchange. You know, heat exchange. You know, there are various disciplines that when you are doing an engineering course, you know, there's fluid mechanics, there's, you know, heat transfer, and some other technologies that you go through. And I felt that it's a technology that...
The bush. Now I go looking for which degree.
Okay. I think chemical engineers are in a
just
very good position.
We'll consider chemical engineering.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so that's fine.
Yeah. So that we don't move around the bush. Okay. And maybe for those who have experience, you know, some of these things we talk about them because you have the qualification and you think you can do it. But I think in the field, and those ones who practice will agree with me, solar water heaters are more plumbing than the container, the collector, and the tank. So if you don't know plumbing, whether you put that tank there, you'll be called every time with the airlocks and the likes, and you'll never go anywhere. So, yeah, so it's we are not opposed to any degree course, but also we have to put it into context. So, any other?
This aspect of certain parts of the country where you seek to exempt, like the coast and you said the southern part of the country. I probably, I don't know the rationale for that, because you find you go to coast and you still, you know, use hot water. You know, you go to an hotel, maybe you are in an air-conditioned room, you go to your room, you will still use hot water to shower. So probably maybe the rationale for exempting those areas probably also needs to come out clearly.
We answer them together.
Okay, thank you. So my question is just an observation, is that solar water heating currently in the country has no, actually on the issue of taxation and exemptions, it's very difficult currently as we are. How we can have it at least exempted from the taxes with even the booster element, because when you bring even the booster element, it is not classified as solar water heater in this country. And as well, you know, I think is an issue which is even in court about the coding which was brought in for the solar water heating importers, which is even bringing the cost to be like unimaginable right now, because we have to pay the 25% extra on every consignment you are bringing in. When we are, if the research which was done, it shows that the water heaters are expensive. I don't know whether the project will be viable with the new regulations we have with KRA. So it should be, let us, if EPRA can help us on that issue, please do it on that. Thank you.
The last one, if there is any burning question or comment, you don't have always to ask. Sometimes you just give your... So I think we'll respond to those ones. For Albert, we didn't say we are excluding any part. We said, we used it as an example of one of the reasons why the 2012 draft was rejected by parliamentarians. Where there was that argument of regional, where people are saying, I come from Northeastern, Wajir, Garissa, Mandera. It's very hot at night. I don't need hot water. I'm not sure if that is the correct position, but all of us know, even when you go there, it's usually very cold at night. And in some cases, we use hot water. So what we have done in this draft, as we said earlier, is the issue of the specific location within a jurisdiction shall be legislated in the counties. So county government of Kisumu can come up with the regulations requiring people to put the water heaters. This national law is proposing to have provisions that every house that qualifies for solar water heater has that provision, but then the enforcement of the installation of the component itself, then it will be within the county, so that we try and do away with, because also in the Energy Act there is that provision that the county governments can come up with some of those laws to facilitate the uptake of green buildings and the likes. On taxation, I think we are aware, and I know we have been asked by Kenya Renewable Energy Association to do a professional opinion to be used in court, and we will take it up. It's one of the things that we actively pursue. We know it has been a big issue over the last 1 year because of the backdating of the taxes and the likes, but we are briefed to the matter, and I know maybe my director will talk about it when he comes to close the session. So I don't know if there's anyone that we have locked out, or there are two questions. Did you find out the preference of households to install temperature controllers to require the solar water heating temperatures? To regulate the solar water heating temperatures? If yes, what was the feedback? I don't remember if that was one of the questions in the study. In Kenya, we use a reference temperature of 60 degrees Celsius. So that's what we assumed, because it's also in the standard. It's not something we were to seek an opinion about, so we didn't ask that question in the questionnaire. And then for Francis, about whether we can come up with guidelines as we wait for the regulations, I think it's something we could consider, because I think it's one of the areas we have had complaints in form of the quality of the systems that are coming into the country. So maybe we'll discuss internally on that and see the way forward. Because we have guidelines for other areas like mini grids, biofuels now. So it's something that we can also look at in the interim as we go through the process of the regulations. So any other feedback? Please also note that we have the reports. We shared them on email for those ones who had confirmed. We shared the report on the website and also the draft regulations. This does not mean it's the end of you reviewing the report. If you needed more time to go through the report and you will give you 1 week from today to give us any further comments, so that once we incorporate all those comments, especially what has come out in the economics, especially what has come out in the degrees, we'll have something on that, so that we have a comprehensive report that is acceptable to all stakeholders that we'll then use to push the regulations forward. So without saying much, I think I will welcome Dr. Engineer Okech to close the session for us. And thank you, Dr. for holding. I know you are a very busy person.
Thank you, Engineer Nixon, and thank you, everyone. I'm very glad that we have come this far. I've enjoyed the discussions. They have been very lively and very informative. I think the way I mentioned in the opening remarks is that our aim is to come up with a good document which we can progress faster and also easily. I remember the other regulations we did, and Engineer Nixon can tell you, and Engineer Phoenix, we have got a very thorough CS in the name of Dr. Monica Juma. When we recommended the other regulations to her, those are the ones for solar PV, energy management, and mini grid regulations. She had to call me, and we had to spend with her 1 hour going through all the provisions and telling me this one necessary, what was done, and even the process all. And we had to make a very good presentation with my colleagues here. And we spent a lot of time going through. So that's why we want to come with a very good document. We don't want it to be shut down this time because of just some technicalities. I think something has come out clear from you people, which you will pick up about the incentives so that we promote the uptake of solar water heating. And I can tell you in one of the high-level meetings we had also, that came up because I can assure you from our least cost power development plan, we will be forced to bring back one of the thermal power plants we retired, that is Savo. You people know we retired Savo, but the way I mentioned to you, bringing an additional 1 megawatt to the system takes time, and from the projections, which is there, and it is public now, it's in our website, for the least cost power development plan 2022-2041, we are finding that unless something is critically done, then we'll have a power shortage in January next year. And the only way we can do is to remove some of these loads. I remember water heating loads, we have really stuck with them in Kenya. When I was a young engineer in the early 90s, like in Nairobi, we used to have some 2 meters in various, these big homes, the domestic. One was for the domestic consumption, I think Dr. Karen is aware of it, and one was for water heating. And that one of water heating used to go through what's called a repo control, and the signals were being generated from Juja, just so that the system controller had the flexibility to now do load management and to bring them as necessary. So what we're discussing here today is very important for us, even as the sector and also as a country and as the economy, because you see, we had made a commitment. We are going to retire our thermal power plants when the PPA lapse, and we retired one actually last year. And I'm telling you, these high-level negotiations, we may bring it back, just because our load is growing. Actually, our total demand now, as we talk, our peak demand is 2051, which is good for the economy, but with an installed capacity of 2990 megawatts, and then you see we're talking about the 2051, and out of this installed capacity of 2990, we have got the intermittent renewables, the wind and the solar, which is contributing around almost 660. I know the wind also sometimes is not available, solar is only available in the day. So when our load peaks in the evening between 7 and 10 p.m., we have to fire those thermals. And we don't want load shedding, because the load shedding, I think when we did it in 1998, we almost brought down the economy. So we don't want to go there. So that's why even the small gains we can get, like through these solar water heating regulations, is good enough for us. About the incentives, we'll engage the National Treasury because, when we do regulations, we do a lot of further consultations. And that's why I think somebody asked a very important question. What are the next steps? From here, we'll use the draft regulations, we'll improve it, we'll now do with the regulatory impact assessment, we'll publish the regulations now for public comments because that's also a requirement of the law. After getting any other comments, then we see what to include or how to deal with them. Then now we progress them. The way I told you, we recommend them now. We progress them through our approval process to our board. Then it goes to the cabinet secretary, who I know will call us with my team here. And we're going to spend a lot of time convincing her why some of the provisions we approved are important and must be there. So that next time we don't have it short again. Otherwise, maybe can we just stand up and clap for ourselves? We've done a good work. I really appreciate you, all of you. First of all, for accepting our invitation, taking your time out of your busy schedule just to be with us. We don't take it for granted. So can we do what's called, because I know we have all technical, 5 factorial. Who can lead that? I think Dr. Engineer Phoenix, can you lead the 5 factorial? I know you know what factorial is. Can you start with me? I'm clapping. Yeah. Okay. So can you prepare your hands? Prepare kwanza. Prepare vizuri. Okay. Start. Thank you. Thank you so much. Even our attendees who are online, we really appreciate you. We know your time is valuable, and I think even having time to be there online was very good. So I think on behalf of EPRA, it's a day well spent, and we value inputs. The way Engineer Nixon said, this is not the end of it. I know some of you have not read the document and gone through it. So if you find further comments, please share them with us. I think we put that comments template on the website. So give us those comments, then we'll see how to work on them. And through our directorate, we promise that by the time we finalize, we'll do our best. I know the industry is waiting for this regulation, among many others we are working on. Actually, when the Energy Act of 2019 came in place, we have got around 24 regulations we are working on. And actually, I just mentioned the 3 we had channeled out, isn't it? So we have got still more to work on. So thank you so much, and I hope there's lunch, isn't it? There's lunch, so we can interact briefly after lunch. Then may God bless you as you go back to your duties. Thank you, and the workshop is now officially closed. Thank you.